Gentlemen, I have a question for you.
Yes.
What is it?
So let's say Grandmaster Luke or Master Luke, he has his students and they're getting hungry. Let's say they go to Cane's, right? Or he goes to Cane's, he picks up a bunch of food. On the way out of the restaurant, he realizes he forgot someone. What would you say he needs to do?
Well, if it's Jason Solo, leave him and let's go.
I was just going to say he needs to make a new Jedi Order.
Huh.
uh,
Hey everyone, welcome back to another EU-tastic episode of Empire Radio. I'm Jeremiah.
I'm Andrew.
I'm Drew.
And we are back with the New Jedi Order, Part 3, Books 10 through 14.
Wait.
Is that what we're doing?
I thought so.
Yeah, it is 10 through 14.
Okay. I was like, you said we're doing 5, so I was like,
Yeah.
oh. But, yep, so if you have not listened to the first 2 episodes...
Yeah, you just stop. Just stop right here. Please go back and listen to the other 2.
Based on our numbers on YouTube, more people have watched Part 2 than Part 1.
Oh my gosh, y'all.
Well, maybe they just click on the YouTube of it.
I get it, but it's just funny.
This is one of those that you have to get it, the whole story.
They're missing a really key character loss.
Multiple. Well, each segment had a major death, so I wonder what the major death is going to be tonight. So we'll find that out if there is or isn't, or if next week there's going to be like 30 deaths, everyone dies, and it's just Luke by himself or something.
You're gonna die.
But before we get into today's episode, something crazy happened today. We got a trailer drop for Tales of the Underworld. And so go check out Drew and I's...
It was really loud. Might be.
Go check out Drew and I's reaction videos. And of course, even though mine went up first and I have a better thumbnail than Drew,
oh my God,
he already has more views than me once again. But it's just the way it is. I thought my thumbnail was top 5 I've ever made in my entire life.
It was good.
It was pretty really good.
Yeah.
But
mine is not.
Yep, go check those out. And it looks like Drew and I will do a trailer breakdown late night, Saturday night, like 11 o'clock Central Standard Time, and get that done. So if you have any like voicemails or something concerning that trailer, you can send those in for that episode, and we'll do them then. There was one voicemail sent today about that, and I'm just going to leave that till that breakdown.
We had 12 voicemails today?
12, but we're playing 11 tonight. But yeah, and what is really terrible about this series is it's dropping during Andor. So we don't know how we're going to have time to watch that. So we're probably going to have to wait till after Andor is done to do breakdowns of the 2 arcs on Ventress and then on Cad Bane.
Because it comes out on May 4th. Yep. Which is the whole reason why we thought that Andor was getting pushed together, is because we thought something like this would happen, but then it doesn't even matter. So
yeah, we thought it was going to be like just after Andor, we were going to get an animated series or something. But nope, they're doing it right in the middle, so it kind of makes our impossible schedule even more impossible. So
yeah,
those 2 weeks that we were going to take off, we're probably going to have to do now.
My favorite part of that, watching that trailer, was the comment after comment after comment of people saying, like, basically how surprised they were. Like, no warning, trailer out of nowhere. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Like, the amount of people that were like, we didn't see it coming. It was funny. It was a lot of people.
No one did.
No one did, apparently. Not a single person in the whole world did.
I mean,
in fact, with the rate the comments were going, I feel like Dave Filoni was just like, we did what? We did what today?
Yeah, yeah. Even Dave didn't realize it came out today.
Yeah, Star Wars didn't even realize.
I think the trailer published they could have put it out during Celebration, that trailer, and released it like then that week or whatever. Like, it would have still had the same amount of impact. Like, dropping it this
But then you gotta give time for people to budget new Disney Plus subscriptions.
But they already have it because of Andor.
Maybe
If
maybe they just like the animated shows.
That's true. That's fair. Sad, but true.
All right. Well,
Well,
that was the one news that we had for this. Oh, okay.
No, we got
the
show
one
and tell,
news.
baby.
Show
For
and
those of
tell
you
for only on YouTube or the Twitch stream.
for only on YouTube and the Twitch stream, if you're listening to the audio only version of this, I'm holding up my very first NeoPixel lightsaber hilt. And it is a beautiful replica
It's pretty dope.
of Luke's from Return of the Jedi. It's weathered.
It is pretty dope.
The lights light up when you turn it on and everything. I've got the decoration emitter on right now, so I can't put the blade in, but it's nice and heavy. It's so funny because like I picked up my Galaxy's Edge, the one that I did at Zombies, and I held up
Zombies
both.
work suck.
Bro, it's like holding a lightsaber and a log.
Which one's a log?
The Galaxy's Edge one is freaking huge.
Yeah, they're so big.
It's thick. I'm not going to say anything because
Miles
there would have
wants
been no
to-
way around what I was about to say. But this is just proof that Disney could do much better lightsabers if they wanted to.
Well, duh. They could make a
They don't.
$10,000 one made out of like something fancy, but
Whatever
they gotta make it
happened to the
affordable
one?
for kids going to Galaxy's Edge.
Dude, though some of those hilts are like $250 for the hilt alone, no blade.
Yeah, it's not.
I got
that
this
much
off
cheaper.
AliExpress for $240 something shipped. There's no excuse.
Right, you went to a backdoor way to do it. Like you
That's
didn't
true.
do it a mainstream way. Like, yeah, of course you can.
And you got to think of the taxes and the import. That stuff's going to go up even more.
They're
I'm
doing
just
it
saying.
wholesale, so it's.
Mhm.
they have
I'm
to
just
do
saying the
markups.
fact that they have they have a hilt that has the skinny neck, and then you have to screw that off and put the Chungus one on there just to
That's
put the
true.
blade in. Like, come on.
But you did get to build your lightsaber. Galaxy.
Well, I'm talking about the replicas
Oh,
that
yeah,
they
yeah.
sell. Because like even the Luke the replica Luke one is like bigger and thicker than this one.
Mhm.
All I'm saying is
The
they
Maul
have the
one's
technology.
or the Vader one, I feel like is like the most.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
It's pretty close.
It's still bigger, but it's close.
Fine.
Yeah.
I know when we take Miles for his birthday to Orlando or Disney World, we're gonna build him a lightsaber because he
That's
really
cool.
wants to do it.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a great experience. Like you pay for the experience. It's a really cool experience. Like I thoroughly enjoyed it. Might even do it again. Maybe.
It's fun.
But it's, but like, I don't know. This is the most movie accurate thing I've ever owned. So I know it's really cool. It sounds great. It's nice and bright. So yeah.
You posted on your Instagram, right?
Yeah.
Go check that out, you guys.
It's I don't think it's up there anymore. It was on my story. So
Well, I
anyways.
tried. I did my part.
But yeah, there you go. It's really cool. If you ever have the chance, buy a NeoPixel lightsaber. They're really nice.
All right, cool.
Yep.
Anything else, boys, before we jump into the EU?
No.
All right, let's get that PowerPoint presentation going.
All right. Y'all seeing my screen?
Yep.
Sick. All right. So, Drew, would you be willing to catch everybody up? Give us a summary of what we've learned thus far.
People died,
Okay. Nailed it.
and this is Star Wars at its finest.
At its finest? Oh.
It's
okay.
pretty fine. I like it.
I
I'm
wouldn't.
enjoying it.
Don't say that in front of Jeremiah.
You're not enjoying this? This is dope.
I never said I'm not enjoying it. I'm saying it's not the finest. There's things in Star Wars that I enjoy a lot better than this.
To
And
each their own.
That's okay.
But if you're going to be on Team EU now, Drew, and think it's better than canon, then that's your prerogative.
I mean, this is better than. I'm not going to get into that conversation, but
I watched a recent retrospective. It was like an hour and a half long about someone who like recently rewatched the sequels after not watching them for like 6 or 9 months. And it was It wasn't helpful. It wasn't helpful for me as someone who was looking for some reason to love the sequels again. That's all I'm going to say.
Hey, I've tried to sell you all the good things and you don't even listen. So it's like, how can you teach someone if they're not willing to learn, right?
No, I don't think that's how that works.
I think you don't want to like them. I think that's the big problem.
Coming from someone that
if Disney puts something out that's really good,
no, I'm saying the sequels.
They weren't good.
Right, I'm saying you didn't like them after this video because you didn't want to like them because you've already hated them.
I'm open to liking them, but
I try really hard to like them, and I can't.
I don't know. It's been almost 10 years. I think
when's the last time you watched
time
them?
to get over it, but
when's the last time you watched them?
I don't know. It's been a little bit.
I watched them like last week.
But that's true of everything in Star Wars.
That's fair.
Haven't watched most things for a long time.
I just went back through the original trilogy and it was lovely.
Holds up.
Severely overrated. But anyway.
Okay.
Moving on. Let's go over to the EU Part 3 for the New Jedi Order.
I'm sorry. Severely overrated.
Okay, you already know the first half of New Hope is trash in my opinion.
Well, sure.
Okay, and we've talked about how I think The Empire Strikes Back is the most overrated Star Wars movie because half that movie has nothing to do with anything. So it's like 2 movies, only half of it is good. So then you only got one good movie from start to finish.
I feel like Empire is better than Episode 6.
But we've had this debate a million times. So, EU with Andrew, take it away.
I'm just deflated over here. All right. So last book, we ended on quite the blow to our main group. Anakin is dead. Anakin Solo is dead. Jason Solo no one knows what happens to him. He gets captured. And basically a bunch of Jedi die. Minor characters, but still, it's a book full of heavy loss. And of course, arguably more importantly, the Yuuzhan Vong essentially take Coruscant, which in my recollection has never been done up to this point in canon or up to this point in the EU. I don't think anyone's ever like conquered Coruscant externally, right? Because like the Empire doesn't really count because it was from within.
Oh, I was gonna say, didn't the Empire though?
Yeah, but I'm talking about like a force that wasn't related to the government. Because the Nihil don't take Coruscant.
Not that we're aware of. We still got one big book to go through. Maybe they'll try, but
they'll try. But I feel like that would be a dumb move.
I don't even think they're that close right now. Isn't Nihil kind of on the downfall right now?
They can go anywhere at any point in the galaxy with the paths that they have.
Oh yes, that's true.
You have the paths.
They could pop in right in the Senate chamber with no problem.
Imagine.
Also, that actually reminds me of something. I was watching another retrospective on Rogue One, and I realized that they burn out of Jeddah when Jeddah City is exploding. They burn out of there from inside the atmosphere in the U-wing straight into hyperspace.
Yeah.
Which I feel like even in canon, you have to be outside of the gravity well of a planet.
That whole thing is a very inconsistent thing.
Yeah, it's consistent in canon. That's why, or in the EU. That's why it caught my attention because like in multiple books that I've read, they're like, we have to clear the atmosphere before we can get away and like all that stuff. Or we'll see in these books, they actually use gravity to their advantage when coming out of hyperspace. It's actually pretty cool. Anyways, so yeah, everything's in shambles. That's what I'm trying to get at. So.
And then what was it with Ben? He was kidnapped, but then they got him back?
Yeah, okay. They got him back. Him back. He was kidnapped by Vicky, this senator from Kuwait, Vicky Sesh. Freaking rat, that one. I can't stand that character. She freaking flips 2 months into the war, and then, well, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it in this episode, but... All right, so let's go into the next book, Book 10, Dark Journey. All right, so we have a lot to go through tonight. And these
What
next
is
few books,
that?
huh?
What is that like liver? Like that's
It's not a liver, it's a ship. We'll get into
someone
it.
needs a liver transplant ASAP.
It's a ship, Jeremiah.
Okay.
So we're gonna abbreviate some of this stuff. We'll obviously hit the main points, but these next few books. So this week and next week, the last of the 5 is going to be one of those core books that we mentioned earlier. For those of you that don't remember, there are, of the 19 books, there are 5 books that they released in hardcover that are supposedly the core pillars of the story. You could, if you had no respect for anything that is good in this world, read those and maybe get most of the story, but realistically you would want to read the whole thing. So the 5th book today and then the 5th book next week will both be those core books. But Dark Journey, essentially this book picks up right after the last book, Star by Star, ends. It's literally starts with the survivors of that world ship Merker, above Merker raid, where Anakin dies on the stolen ship, which they realize that's what the liver is on the slide. It's Nam Anor's ship specifically. So it picks up with them, and this is really Jaina's book. This is Jaina's book. Not, and to make that as obvious as possible, they put this like really weird Uncanny Valley picture of her on the American cover, and I don't like it. But anyways, you'll notice that these are also a little bit thinner as a whole. Thinner-ish. Right. They're a little bit quicker. So it picks up right after the last book. The survivors of that catastrophe, they end up fleeing to Coruscant, finding that it's like that GIF from Community where Donald Glover comes in with the pizza box and the whole room is on fire. That's Coruscant. So they get there and they're like, "Oh, well, we're not staying here." So then they're like, "Where are we going to go?" And Leia and Jaina both end up going to Hapes, which is in the Hapes cluster, which is if you're looking at the map on the slide, it is the rightmost one of the two of them. You have Coruscant, you have Hapes. We only have 2 locations, and one of them is in flames. So location-wise, the next few books are going to be pretty straightforward until the last one. But Hapes, for those of you who don't know, is they have a cluster of planets. They have their own little like kind of kingdom going on, a few different systems. They're described as like super pretty people. They're basically like, it's like a culture of models, and it's a matriarchy. And so men are not allowed to rule at all. They have a queen mother, they have a crown princess, and the lineage goes from woman to woman. If you remember from the last books, Isolder, who was Leia's potential partner from the courtship of Princess Leia, he's from here. The fleet that got half destroyed because of Centerpoint Station earlier, they were from here. We're coming back here. So we found out that this planet Hapes and the surrounding systems have opened their borders up for refugees finally, and they're still reeling from the embarrassing massive defeat that they were given at Fondor when their own ships were destroyed because of Han Solo's cousin. So anyways, when they're meeting up with the Falcon, who is also fleeing from Coruscant, they're like, we're going to use on Bong's ship. We don't have a way to communicate with the Falcon, and we don't have a way when we approach the planet to let them know that we're friendly. So on the ship is Tenel Ka, who is the crown princess. She's a Jedi. She was a part of the strike force on the world ship. If you remember, she is like the crown princess, but she's very heavily aligned with the Jedi, and she doesn't want the throne. She wants to be a Jedi. You know, she's a warrior from Dathomir. She's not into ruling. And so she's on the ship, and she's like, okay, you guys need to fly by one of the planets in the Hapes cluster and like let me off in an escape pod. and I'm going to reach the surface, and then I'll contact the authorities and get back to my planet and let them know you're coming. It's a really roundabout plan, but it's the best they could do in the moment, which is funny because they didn't need to do it anyways because Leia sensed Jaina on the ship and everything's good. They didn't know that. But anyways, so they do that, and she gets caught by some pirates who want to turn her over to the Yuzong Vong, and they have to rescue her. And that's kind of like it's like a quick little subplot. But anyways, they all end up getting to the surface, and as they're landing, everyone's meeting up, they're hugging and everything. They're mourning the death of Anakin. They feel something through the Force, and they believe that Jason is also killed because he completely is removed from the Force. There's a moment where they sense him in intense pain, and then he's gone. And all of the Jedi believe that he's dead, except for Leia, who has a firm belief, could be grief over losing her son moments before. We don't know, but she firmly believes that Jason has not been killed. So we don't know. But we do know for certain that he is completely gone from the Force at this point. Okay, so let's talk really quickly about the politics that is happening on Hapes, because this is a big subplot of the story. So, let's see. On Hapes, Prince Isolder, the crown prince, has been blamed for the loss at Fondor, which isn't really fair because it wasn't his space laser that did it, but he's blamed for not heeding Leia's vision that we mentioned of the destruction going into it, yada, yada, yada. So badly that there have been assassination attempts on his life on the planet. They're kind of crazy. Queen Tenennial Jo of Hapes, his wife, is losing her will to live because of the loss of her unborn child during the Battle of Fondor. And the former Queen Mother, Ta'a Chume, Isolder's mom, it basically thinks that the current queen is weak and like a snowflake, and she's like, I need somebody that's stronger who can lead our people through war and do a good job. Which is kind of sucky because like the woman is literally mourning the loss of her she had a miscarriage pretty close to the birth, and that's a hard thing to go through, and she's kind of given up the will to live. But the queen's like the old queen, the grandma, is like, get your crap together, we got a war to fight. She's kind of a jerk. So Ta Chume seeks to place a new, stronger queen to the throne. If she can get rid of the current queen, the throne will pass to Tenel Ka, who she always also doesn't approve of because of her allegiances to the Jedi. But if she can get rid of them both, she could have her son marry someone new, someone she approves of, and take the crown that way, and kind of control her vicariously through, or control the kingdom vicariously through this new queen. So she tries, as mentioned before, to set Isolder up with Leia in the Courtship of Princess Leia book, but that obviously doesn't work out. So now she's like, well, maybe I can get him to marry Jaina. And if you're like, wait, that seems a little weird, it's because he's old enough to be Jaina's father. So that's a thing.
So Jaina is how old? Like she's like 20 or something like that?
She's like 20, 21.
Okay. So then
she's like I think she's 20, and he's like 40. He's like 48 or something like that at this point. So like technically legal, but weird. It's really weird.
But isn't Han Solo like 15 years older than Leia?
I don't know.
I think that's a thing.
Well, we're talking like a 20 plus year difference. We're talking like someone who's literally old enough to be
right
her father, realistically. Like he's Han's age or older.
And so when she tried to set him up with Leia, that would have been after episode 6?
No.
Or is this like
no. This
was before like,
or maybe it was. Hold on, I can check. I own the book. I haven't read the book yet. I actually got it for Micaiah, and she hasn't read it yet. She wanted to read it. Courtship of Princess Leia is
I think that's before.
It's before it's after Return of the Jedi and before the Thrawn trilogy.
Okay.
So we're talking 4 years post Return of the Jedi, 4 years, 4 or 5 years, somewhere around there.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, it's weird, but she's like, hey, if I can put these two together, Jane is a warrior. She's kind of BA. Like, she would be good. We could work with that. So anyways, she spends most of the book tempting Jaina with the power that she could wield as the Queen of Hapes, the power that would give her vengeance over the Yuzan Vong, which this leads me to a segue to kind of where Jaina's at. So if you remember, Anakin dies, Jaina briefly goes to the dark side. She quispies some people, some Yuzan Vong with Jedi lightning, super angry. Well, in this book, this is Jaina still dealing, or I should say not really knowing how to deal with the anger and the hatred and the grief that she's still feeling from Anakin's death. So she spends most of the book pursuing vengeance, often through morally questionable actions. So like, she doesn't do anything technically wrong, but like, if I remember correctly, one of the things that she does is like straight up like send some pilots into battle knowing that they're going to be sacrificed to test something. And it's like a Jedi wouldn't do it. Maybe like a morally gray anti-hero might, but like, I don't know. She's just very angry, and she's willing to kind of do whatever it takes to get back at the Yuzan Vong at this point. It's worth noting that she's falling to the dark side, but she hasn't like fallen to the dark side. And I think that is something that's very interesting about the EU, is because there's this kind of spectrum. Instead of like, you embrace the dark side and you're just like a Sith, or you're just like a dark Jedi automatically. Like, because I feel like even in canon, the Jedi were very much like, once you start down that path, you're done, like you're fallen, whatever. But here,
there's more grace.
There's a spectrum. It's like you have to kind of, it's not like this instant thing. It's like you have to make a bunch of conscious decisions, and technically Anakin does, right? You see Anakin go through that same journey. But I just, oh yes, by the way, she does think Jason is dead. Everyone but Leia thinks Jason is dead. But yes, it's very interesting, because in these books and in the books previous, like even in the Dark Empire comics with Dark Empire with Luke, where he goes to the dark side. You remember we did those?
Yeah, the clone naked Palpatine.
Yeah, you remember.
I remember.
Yeah, there's really this like firm idea that like you're never too far gone, and before you even get to that point where you would be considered evil, there's a lot that you really have to consciously do. So like, she's in the budding stages of like, I'm angry at the world, and I want to punch punch the Yuzan Vong in their face until they die. And like, she's lashing out, and she's doing some morally questionable things, but she's not a dark side force user, if that makes sense.
I think like a good illustration that we get in canon of that is Quinlan Voss in Dark Disciple. I think it was just a very interesting way how Ventress explained to him the dark side, and how it's like he was trying so hard to embrace the dark side, and it didn't just come to him. Like, it was just like, he couldn't get that far, especially when you're trained as a Jedi and you have those beliefs. Like, it protects you. So
it's a really fascinating thing, because like, she's also dealing with these things for a quote unquote like good reason. Like, she wants to eradicate the Yuzan Vong for the galaxy, which is inherently a good thing, but it's like the way she's going about it is just kind of messed up right now. It's also worth noting here that Jag Fell, the human pilot with the clawcraft who flies with the Chiss, he's associated with the Chiss. He's back into the story. They do have a budding thing going on since they met in the previous books. It's actually funny, because like there's so many moments in this book where he tries to approach her, and like, she's really angry, and he doesn't respond to her being angry. In their moments where they let their guards down enough to flirt, like, he doesn't respond the way she wants him to. because she's angry, and then he doesn't understand why she's angry with him for not responding the way she wants him to. It's like this weird, it's just this like classic miscommunication relationship thing. And so like you see them like try and it just fails, but there you can tell there's something there between them. But she's in the middle of dealing with the loss of Anakin and Jason and her hatred for the Yuuzhan Vong. So in this story, she's able to learn more about the Kastar, which is the ship, the liver ship that is Nam Anor's ship. She does this with Lobaka. Lobaka is like a ship technician in this book. They learn that the ship is a tribute to Yun Harla, who is the Yuuzhan Vong trickster goddess. And Jaina intentionally renames it the Trickster as an insult to the Yuuzhan Vong. So she's taking something that would be considered morally, or religiously sacred to them. And she's like, no, I'm going to use that against them directly, just as an insult. She's also able to create a new weapon that wreaks havoc for the Yuuzhan Vong forces in the book. So Yuuzhan Vong, we know that they use gravity technology to propel themselves, right? They also use it for shielding. So they use these Dovin Bastils. It pushes them through the air using gravity. Also, they use them for shielding. However, we learn in this book that because of all of this, each ship has its own very distinct gravitic signature. Kind of like a what do they call it for the regular ships? It's not the identifier, the ship's signature.
Oh,
they can forge them. I feel like they forge them.
Like there's a scene in Mando when the X-wings come up and
yeah. It's like that. Why am I blanking on the word?
I want to say chain code, but
no,
that's not the correct.
The ships. I don't know. It's
license plate.
Yes,
you're at sea. We need your help. What's the name of the license plate?
It's on the tip of my tongue, and I cannot think. I cannot put it. Oh my gosh!
Tabs. Did they get their tabs renewed?
I mean, it's the same thing as a license plate, essentially, or like a VIN number. But they forged it. I can feel it, and I don't know what the word is.
I have faith that Yoretzi will get it to us in a moment, so we can.
So, anyways, so the ships have one through gravity. Essentially, they have an identifier that uniquely identifies them through gravity. And so, what she is able to do is she's able to create a piece of equipment that signature. Is that it? Because I wrote it in here, the ship's signature. Anyways, she creates a piece of equipment that is able to alter the ship's signature, Yuuzhan Vong's ship's signature, to make it something else using the gravity, which is cool because she can also fire them via missiles and plant them on other ships, other Yuuzhan Vong ships. And when there's a Yamask or a ship that is coordinating stuff, all of a sudden they think that there are 3 Jainas, essentially, which really heavily plays into the whole trickster thing. Pin on that later. So I will say before we move forward that Priest Harar and Commander Kaylee La, who is the son of Svang La, the War Master, they're also on the slide. They're the 2 main Yuuzhan Vong villains in this story. And at one point they're like, when they see this technology in action, they literally relate her actions to the goddess Yun Harla, the trickster goddess herself, which is like, it's blasphemy. It's bad blasphemy for them to do that. For them to equate anything not Yuuzhan Vong to one of their gods is like they could be killed dishonorably on the spot if anyone heard them. But it's this like this birthing of this idea that maybe the gods aren't entirely on their side. Maybe there are things in this galaxy that are manifestations of their gods, or maybe their gods might be aligning with these other people and bestowing their traits. So it's this very interesting religious kind of split that you see the seeding of in this book that's going to play into stuff much later. So anyways, Kip Duran's here. Remember Kip? Old planet killer trying to redeem himself for the rest of his life. He's in the story, and to make a long story short, Jaina briefly becomes his apprentice, and there is some kindredness between the two of them because he fell to the dark side and has spent most of his life redeeming himself. And now she has begun her own journey down that path, and she sees kind of a mirror in him, and it very much helps her kind of see what she's going through from a perspective that uniquely understands hers, and kind of steer back the other way. So in the end, the current queen mother dies from poisoning thanks to grandma. Great, she's awesome. And despite the former queen mother's, the grandmother's attempts, Jaina ends up refusing to be the next queen mother of Hapes. Instead, Jaina chooses to support Tenel Ka in becoming queen rather than try to take the power for herself. And Tenel Ka ends up accepting the role and becoming the new queen. So the Jedi is now the queen of the system. So Jaina's attempts at scrambling the trickster's location and signature succeed. There is a minor battle in this. They defeat the Yuzhan Vong when they're pitted against Hapes.
Your cat okay, or what's going on?
I think so.
Okay.
It's just very strange.
What?
I felt like it sounded like something fell.
Oh, I didn't hear anything.
Anyways, so there is a battle because of this attempt at scrambling the signature, and because he fell for it, Savong La's son, Kaylee La, ends up taking his own life in shame. And Jaina turns away from the darkness. If you're like, there wasn't a lot that happens in this story, there's really not. It's just kind of Jaina's like walk through her own grief and stuff like that. And then there's like that brief political thing going on in the background. But this is really this is a book that if you skipped,
you wouldn't understand that she was struggling.
Yeah, but you wouldn't really also miss a ton. It's a good book though. It is a good book nonetheless. But anyways, any questions?
Nope.
Cool. Okay, we're moving on. Moving on to book number 11, Enemy Lines, number 1, Rebel Dream. This and the next book are a duology. I love this book because this gives Wedge Antilles multiple fantastic moments to shine as a military leader, and there's some really, really clever stuff that happens in this. So the two planets were going to be... You were going to say something, Jeremiah?
Well, I was just saying that Chancellor, the Quarren...
Yeah, Plo.
There was a Chancellor in Phase 2 of the High Republic, the same species. So it's just interesting. I was kind of like...
Yeah, Plo's you want to slap him most of the book. Yeah.
Okay.
He's a power hungry son of a gun, I'll tell you. But we're going to be primarily most of the story is going to take place between Coruscant and Borelias.
And Wedge in that picture kind of looks like an old Ryan Gosling. If he had like dark hair, if Ryan Gosling had dark hair that was graying,
I don't see that at all.
I see it. The eyebrows, that looks like Ryan Gosling.
Well, there's one character in the last book that looks just like Steve Martin. So wait till you see that one.
And Jaina looks like Rey Skywalker too.
Okay. Let's keep the blasphemy into the books, shall we? So anyways, we're on Borelias. Borelias. Whatever, and Coruscant. Those are both on the map. They're really close to one another, and that is significant. So this book takes place so the last book starts off right after Star by Star and follows Jaina. Okay. This book also starts right at the end of Star by Star, but follows a different group of people. Okay. So this one and the last book will happen simultaneously for a little while, and then you'll see Jaina and Kip. They'll come into the story, and just know that when they were off screen, they were doing all the stuff in the last book. So Wedge Antilles in command of Fleet Group 3 withdraws from Coruscant to the Yuzhan Vong held Borelias. intent on retaking the planet as a close-ish staging ground. Remember, on the map, it's pretty close in terms of galactic distance. So if you take it as a staging ground, it's a good rallying point in case they want to muster there and try to retake Coruscant.
Right.
With a vanguard that includes Luke, Mara, Corrin, Rogue Squadron, the Wild Knights, and or all of those, the Star Destroyer Mon Mothma, named after the what?
I'm just saying I know like Mon Mothma is a great, strong leader, but I don't think of naming a ship the Mon Mothma.
Well, she serves the New Republic so well in the EU and then dies, and they named a new Star Destroyer after, like a new Star Destroyer after her. So anyways, the Star Destroyer with the vanguard of all those fighters basically blows through the enemy's defenses. Lando and his Yuuzhan Vong droids land on the planet along with other New Republic troops. With the destruction of an enemy Rakamat, the planet is quickly secured. You might be wondering, what is a Rakamat? Why'd you bring that up? Well, I've got a description. For those curious, a Rakamat is described as, quote, a six-legged armored monster the size of a crate dragon with plating a foot thick and plasma cannons and Doben bastles implanted along its spine. Those massive projecting plates along its back act as cooling vanes for its overheated biology, and it has a control room and troop compartment in its belly. So it's like,
I think it's on the thumbnail that you made, those creatures. I think, right?
No. Those are Voxen. No, think about like, so you know the dinosaur. So there's the Spinosaurus, which is like a T-Rex with the spine, but there's another Dimetrodon. There's another one, and it's like
I think that's
loaded the,
huh?
You know what I'm talking about? There's one that's like a Komodo dragon with a big spine on its back.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. Think about that with 6 legs and a bunch of cannons and Doven bastles along its spine, but also it carries troops in its belly. It's essentially the ATTE from Clone Wars?
Yeah.
But a dinosaur. With plating a foot thick. They're extremely difficult to kill. So once they finally
Yuuzhan Vong assets?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah,
once they believe in technology.
Yeah. So they ride in the belly of a lizard. So this was the thing that Luke killed in the other book with the black hole, where he uses the Force to do the black hole thing. That was what he had to kill in that. It literally took a black hole to kill that thing. And in this one, they almost lose. But they finally kill it. And then basically once that was gone, they took the planet super fast. So anyways, Wedge lands his forces on the side of the old Alderaan Biotics facility, which is the crude little drawing in the thing. There's no other drawings. There's no other artwork of this facility. But when it was described in the book, I had a really hard time imagining it. So I found this picture and I just put it in. I put it in the thing. So there you go. So they land. They set up there. Wedge prepares to hold the planet, even with no idea of the state of the government or the whereabouts of his family. He believes that any stragglers that escape Coruscant will likely flee to the planet. He also believes that the Yuuzhan Vong won't leave Coruscant so vulnerable with the fleet group in their backyard, so they will more than likely have to send forces against him. We tracking?
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, former Senator Vicky Sesh is in Yuuzhan Vong captivity, soon to be executed for her failure to capture Ben Skywalker. However, she's able to pursue Wardmaster Svong La to let her live by convincing him that his new arm implant, which isn't integrating with his body the way it should, potentially leading him to be shamed, is being sabotaged from the inside by Shapers and priests conspiring against him. So she's like, hey, you could kill me, or I could help you find out who's doing this to your arm. By the way, she does it as a bluff, and it turns out to be true. So she's one of the luckiest people I've ever seen in my entire life. Because it's very clear that, like, she's like kind of grasping at straws. She's got a really big hunch that that's what's happening, but she just does it blindly. And he's like, all right, we'll see what happens. And if it's not true, you're still going to die, and it's going to even be worse. But she's like, okay. And come to find out, it's a thing. So anyways, Luke and Mara are also on Borelias.
But she's healed by now of her illness. Does that happen last week? Or is she still sick?
No, remember Ben, forced baby magic cured her?
Right, okay.
Yeah. So most of the Jedi are there. Wedge's plan becomes much more complicated when Counselor Poe the Corran and several other senators show up. This group was part of Freilia's council, and with him dead, Poe just names himself chief of state, which I guess you can do that. He orders Wedge to hold Borelli. How am I supposed to say that?
Borelius.
Yeah, that's good. I'm going to tell you, in my head when I was reading it, said it 50 different ways and never batted an eye. I just kept going. In a rearguard defense at all costs, basically sacrificing himself. So Poe is a snake, and he not only does he take control of the government and think it's rightfully his, but he's like, hey, Wedge, I need you to stay here and keep the Yuuzhan Vong from attacking anywhere else. And basically, we're not going to help you. Like, he's like, you just need to stay here while we rebuild the government and like try to negotiate with Yuuzhan Vong to settle, make sort of a settlement. And Wedge agrees, but only after wrestling the control of the Lysankia, which is the super Star Destroyer we see on the presentation with the big New Republic logos on it. So that's pretty cool. They have their own super Star Destroyer. So he gets that. He gets free reign over all the forces currently near the planet and the freedom to have volunteers also join his forces if they want to. So Poe begrudgingly agrees, leaving Wedge and fleeing the planet. So Poe's like, whatever, you're all going to die anyways. We'll get you out of the way. And basically Wedge is like, I'm 99% sure that they're just going to surrender to the Yuuzhan Vong and sacrifice us. So he declares the New Republic dead. He's like, you know what? Screw this. The government is no more. They're not going to help us. So he and several other figures, including the Skywalkers, Lando, Booster Tarek, who is the owner of that Red Star Destroyer that we talked about, form a group known as the Insiders to set up resistance cells independent of the New Republic to fight the Yuuzhan Vong on both captured and so far spared worlds. I thought it was really interesting because they had this whole conversation in the book, and they're like, you know what? We're done fighting like the New Republic. We're going to fight like the Rebellion again because that's how we beat the Empire. So we're going to get our hands dirty and do things guerrilla style. And I was like, burr, 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 burr. Like Wedge. I love Wedge in these books.
But there's still a New Republic like fleet. Like there's still.
Yes, but they've been abandoned. They don't. So keep in mind that in this current moment, everything that wasn't destroyed at Coruscant has been scattered. No one knows where everyone is.
Mm.
So like Wedge has his fleet group. He has a Super Star Destroyer. He has a small. He has a respectably sized force. But Admiral Crefay, like all of these other leaders, like they've been scattered. They've been pushed away from Coruscant, and they don't know how to contact one another.
Really? So like all communication went through Coruscant before. I feel like they should be able to like do a Google Meet or Zoom meeting and be, hey guys, what sector are you in? Like I don't know.
The chaos of everything, they weren't able to establish contact.
So it's almost like they have to become like a rebel cell essentially because
but he also didn't believe that he could trust the government, and he didn't know where the allegiances like lied. So Wedge was just like, you know what, we're just gonna do it OT style. We're just gonna form a rebellion.
He called it the OT original trilogy stuff.
No, he's not going to refer to the original trilogy in universe. But like, I thought it was cool. He's like, "Yippee-ki-yay! We're done doing it the way the normal way." So they do that.
Rhymed.
I wasn't intentional. But the other thing about the insiders is that they had secret meetings and nothing, like, unless someone was invited, no one knew what was inside those meetings except for the people that were there. Even his own forces. So it was like top secret. Like, you got invited in, you got an invite to the Empire Radio Discord, which you should totally join. Outside of that, you don't know what's going on.
But all are welcome in our Discord.
Oh yeah, yeah. Just click the link in the description.
Just follow the rules.
Yeah. So anyways, so in this process, he also concludes. So at this point, he's come out of retirement, but the Yuuzhan Vong don't really know who he is. He's a hero to the rebellion and the New Republic, but in terms of the Yuuzhan Vong, he's just another commander. And so he concludes that since he's not a high value target yet, the Yuuzhan Vong will likely send a less experienced commander in the attack that they're planning for the planet, right? Because most of their forces is concentrated around of Coruscant. So they're like, we'll just send Steve and some of his forces, and he'll go. So like Wedge,
Steve
what Wedge?
To die.
Huh?
Poor
Steve. Like Steve is about to die.
Well, so here's what happens. So he's like, okay, here's my plan. What we don't want to do is defeat them super easily and then make them send a more experienced commander. What we want to do is buy as much time as we possibly can. So we're gonna
make it look like it's the commander's fault for losing, not that they're good.
No, they're gonna lose. Ooh. They're gonna strategically lose skirmishes and allow the Yuuzhan Vong to make their way into the system slowly, like really slowly. So he's like even prepared to lose people in this process. But he's like, we need to make it last as long as we can, because we're gonna muster all of these resistance cells and stuff. We're gonna make a push against the Yuuzhan Vong that way. So he's like, yeah, he's a dude. There's like a few moments in these books where I'm like, Wedge is the GOAT. But anyway, so it's a really good plan.
Have you seen the movie The Imitation Game?
One time, a long time ago, and it was
Galaxy
really
Far.
Okay, it was just remind me of like once they cracked the code of the Enigma machine, like even though they knew what the Germans were gonna do, they had to choose to lose battles on purpose.
I remember. I thought that this plan was really cool. It was a little dark because he was like, yeah, we're gonna have to lose people, but it's all for the greater good. It would be an absolute minimum. So this is when this is when something, in my opinion, kind of funny happens. So the Yuuzhan Vong send. Oh, let me not jump ahead really quickly. Okay, so there is a hollow documentarian, Wolem Tesser. He's not on here because I couldn't find a picture of him. He arrives. He's a famous documentarian that was on Coruscant during the invasion. He arrives with his camera operator, Tam Elgren, who's also not on here because I couldn't find a picture. They arrive and they bring some information about what's going on in Coruscant, but it's worth noting that Tam, the assistant, the holocam operator, is actually being mind controlled by the Yuuzhan Vong, is being controlled by Vicky Sesh as an infiltrator. That's worth noting. Then let's see. The Yuuzhan Vong actually play into his hand because they send this Weirpunk Cha, who's also on the presentation. He's like a low-level commander. So they play into Wedge's hand, right? And in the first skirmish, which is supposed to be how did they write it in here? I like the way that they wrote it. So supposed to be an abortive battle. So they were supposed to like fight it and like run away and make it look like they were being overpowered. He wasn't sending all of his forces in. Like, it was like very much set up to be a loss, or seeming like a loss. It's going super well. Well, do you remember the Super Star Destroyer that he got command of? It arrives in the middle of the battle with the Millennium Falcon.
Oh, fun.
Like, imagine like wanting to lose a battle, and then your biggest most impressive ship comes out of hyperspace without, because like he got control of it, but he didn't know when it was going to arrive. And so in the book, it was so funny. In the book, they talk about, I don't think they tell you right away what ship it is. And it was like the ship comes out of hyperspace and starts just like decimating the Yuzon Vong forces. And then they are like the Super Star Destroyer. And I'm like, this could not have gone any worse. Like, great. But like the one ship you don't want to enter the battle just like shows up. So anyway, SSD Lysancia is there, and the Yuzon Vong start pelting it, and Wedge is like, oh shoot, well, let me send in the rest of my forces so that we don't lose this too. And they basically wipe the floor with the Yuzon Vong with the commander and send the forces running, what's left of the forces running. And Wedge is like super displeased because he's like, we weren't supposed to win this. To add insult to injury, the commander of the Lysancia, Eldo Davip, is a mere commander. He's an inexperienced officer at the commander rank, and Super Star Destroyers are supposed to be not commandeered. They're supposed to be run by admirals. So he was sent a Super Star Destroyer being run by super inexperienced crew, which is a little bit insulting to Wedge. But he's like, now I have to babysit this guy because he doesn't know how to say. Anyways, it's a whole thing. So anyways, Han and Leia meet. They arrive. They meet up with Wedge. He recruits them into the Insiders, and then their first mission is to deliver a group of Jedi to the security of the mall installation that we talked about, where the kids were being sent. You remember? So that's what they're doing. So unsurprisingly, this defeat greatly angers Savong La, who is also simultaneously preoccupied with trying to root out all the treachery and stuff. So he's like, okay, I need someone I can trust. I'm calling my dad. So he calls Chulkong La. That's how I'm gonna pronounce it. Chulkong La, his father, and he's an old previous ex-war master, I'm pretty sure, and very respected military commander who had a career and essentially retired, and now he's teaching young Yuzon Vong officers. Like literally, there's a scene where he's like teaching a college class to a bunch of like new officers, which is kind of funny. But he goes and finds him, and he's like, I need you to take a massive fleet, including a world ship, to this planet. How did you say it? Borlius. Thank you. I don't know why that word breaks my brain. But he's like, I need you to go and just utterly destroy whatever resistance is there. Like, we don't have time to deal with this. We got to take the planet, and we've taken Coruscant. We got to hold the planet. We don't have time to be dealing with this. Just go wipe the floor with him. He also, at the same time, brings in Ninyam. Remember Ninyam? The Shaper, the heretical Shaper.
Oh, yep.
He brings her in to specifically examine his implant to see if there's any treachery involved.
Exciting.
Because he needs someone he can trust. In political infighting, you know how it is.
Yep.
So anyways, while on the planet, Luke Skywalker receives a disturbing vision of the dark side of the Force on Coruscant. He gets the sense that there's a massive dark side force moving on the planet, which is strange because the Yuzon Vong aren't in the Force. So he's like, what is causing this disturbance? So he plans a journey there, which Mara strongly objects to after the recent birth of their son. For valid reasons. She's like, if you go, I have to go, and I don't want to leave my kid because he almost got captured last time, and I don't want that to happen again. Wedge's wife, Ilia, anyways, she recently arrives. She's part of New Republic intelligence. She offers intelligence help for this mission, including the legendary Wraith Squadron to help Luke. All you need to know is Wraith Squadron plays a reoccurring role in a lot of the earlier Expanded Universe books. I didn't know very much about them, but they're like a covert. They're like the Delta Force, or like the SEAL Team 6 of the New Republic military, essentially.
Fun.
Yeah, they're honestly it's really cool. At one point, they had a member that was a horse that just like walked like a human, piloted an X-wing.
What?
Yeah, which by the way is canon. In one of the Alphabet Squadron books, I'm pretty sure they brought. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure they brought that character or like the species into canon.
Interesting. So I guess it's a sentient. Okay.
Equestrian citizen. Yeah. Also, I go over this later, but I'm just going to tell you now. There is a Gamorrean, a genetically altered Gamorrean who's super smart, who can speak basic.
Ooh.
And they call him Piggy, and he's a part of the squadron.
Of course they call him Piggy.
And he's a pilot and a mathematician and a strategist.
Poor guy. Like, they couldn't think of another name besides...
It's endearing.
Pork Belly. Come on.
They didn't call him Pork Belly. They call him Piggy. Anyways.
But the thing is, Piggy probably isn't like an in-universe animal, right? Like that. So that word isn't as offensive.
That's true. They only have goats.
Yeah.
Drew's favorite thing. So anyways, there's a free piece of information. So anyways, while this is all happening, Lando puts together a surprise for the Yuuzhan Vong forces preying on refugee ships. This plays out when the Yuuzhan Vong ship interdicts a refugee ship. They're quickly ambushed by Rogue Squadron, and their boarding team faces the surprise of Alima Rar, who is a Jedi, if you remember, and Lando's droids. They're quickly defeated and killed in the engagement. At this point, Jaina, Kip, and Jag Fell arrive from everything that was happening on Hapes. As Luke is going to Coruscant, he offers command of his own Twin Sons squadron, Twin Sons as in Tatooine, that is why it was named, to Jaina, so she can use psychological warfare against the Yuuzhan Vong by posing as an avatar of Yoon Harla, a continuation of the initiative she'd previously started in the last book. Jag and Kip also join Twin Sons under her leadership, and everyone begins treating her as a goddess, both in the air and planet side, in case any Yuuzhan Vong are watching. So they're like, this started kind of rattling them a little bit, so we're going to go all in. So they literally refer to her as goddess. They wait on her hand and foot, kind of on planet side. Like they follow her orders. Everyone is super respectful to her. Like, it's a whole thing. And they're like, we want it to seem like we view you as royalty and as this spiritual figure, and we're trying to drive that narrative home, essentially. So Jaina, Jag, and Kip are on a practice run, honing their coordination abilities, because you remember her and Kip can do a force meld, but Jag can't. But he's a super good pilot, and he starts really picking. It's actually kind of cool. They talk about, like, at one point in their coordination, like they're firing, he gets his accuracy within like a fraction of a second of theirs, and he's not attuned to the force. Like, he's a super good pilot. Anyways, while they're running a training mission, Chol-Kong La, he arrives with his fleet. And because he's not pulling any punches, in his first move, one of the ships launches living hostages on a ballistic course towards the planet, dooming them to die as fiery meteors. So in the book, he literally fires naked humans and aliens covered in a cloaker so that they can survive in space long enough to burn up in the atmosphere. And he fires them just to see what they're going to do about it.
Fun.
Pretty wild. So there's like 20. There's like 22. So they do some really fancy flying. They basically very gently nudge them off course, off the collision course. Huh?
What? They fly now?
Anyways, so they save all but like 3 or 4 of them. It's a good trick.
Good one.
I appreciate that one. So anyways, they end up saving most of the hostages. The ones that do die end up dying because of like space exposure, not because of them actually hitting anything. They save all the ones that they can. So Wedge realizes very quickly that this commander is much more formidable, and he creates a plan called the Star Lancer Project, a fake super weapon. We'll talk about that in a second.
Can't beat them, join them, I guess.
It's ingenious. We'll talk about it in a second. So Svong La is quickly apprised of this weapon via Yuzon Vong scouts and Tam Elgren, who is also on the ground spying for the Yuzon Vong. He's been spying on the scientist Danny Kui specifically. She's doing stuff there, and he's also kind of in love with her. There's a lot of conflicting emotions going on. He has an opportunity to kill her, but he doesn't do it because he wants to do the right thing, yada, yada, yada. It's a really minor subplot. But basically, they're made aware of this quote-unquote super weapon, and he's like, that's not good. We got to do something about that. So Jaina is also set on going with Luke and Mara on their mission to Coruscant. But Tahiri ends up talking her out of it. She mentions that the Yuzon Vong are placing ultimate importance on the twin sacrifice, and if Jason is still alive, she will be captured and most likely forced to fight him to the death. Tahiri leaves Jaina to work things out with Jag and Kip. But however, because Jaina remains emotionally distanced, isolating herself from others because the war has been taking away so many people whom she loved, she basically comes to the conclusion that if the war continues as it has been, she will be among the dead too. She doesn't want those who love her to grieve her own death. So it's interesting because the last book really focused on her grief taking the form of anger and hatred and lashing out that way, whereas this book really focuses on her grief as a sense of despair and wanting to distance herself from others. It's a kind of a subtle continuation of that whole thing. She does end up opening herself up more to Jag, and I'm pretty sure in this book they share their first kiss. It's a thing. Yeah, it's a thing, but she's still very distant from people. So soon enough, Wedge launches a test of the Star Lancer weapon while the Millennium Falcon begins its first ferrying mission to the Maul. And as expected, the Yuzon Vong forces converge on the New Republic deception. So here's the genius of Star Lancer. So there are 4 what we call pipe fighters. All you need to know is it's a modified Y-wing with 2 large pieces of pipe at a specific angle. And what they do is 3 of them form the points of an equilateral triangle. And then there's one in the middle. And what they do is they channel energy. It's essentially it's a portable Death Star laser. Okay? Except it's not real. So they power up and they combine all their powers, and then they converge on the center one, and the center one fires the weapon. So the weapon was never meant to work. All right. So they're like, we're going to fire this massive weapon. It's going to make it through hyperspace, kind of like Centerpoint did. Right. And then it's going to hit the main world ship hovering over Coruscant. So they see this test happen. Oh, and to insult things more, they are quote unquote growing a fake lambent crystal, a massive one, to power the weapon. So not only are they, quote unquote, making the super weapon for the Yuzon Vong, but they're using a crystal that is supposed to be biologically engineered. There we go. By them, it's basically a fake crystal, which is super insulting. He's like, you're not going to use our own biotechnology against us. So here's what they do. They fire the weapon. It's never going to make it. It's going to take 3 years to get to Coruscant, and the beam will lose its power and dissipate before then. But what they don't know is that Wedge stationed a ship at the edge of the system where Coruscant is and has him time it perfectly. So they see the laser leave, and then the ship in system fires at the world ship with a lower powered weapon, like a lower powered beam, and times it perfectly so that it hits, and it makes them think that it made it to Coruscant super fast. And because it's lower power, it's like, oh, it's just a test. There's superficial damage, but they're like, oh, if they get this fully operational, we are screwed. But you don't find that out until a little bit later in the book, and when you do, you're like, oh my gosh, this is genius. The fact that
so the reader doesn't know that it's a fake weapon.
The reader doesn't, not immediately.
Interesting.
Not immediately. So you don't find out until later. You're kind of strung along with the people in the universe, and when you do, you're like, Wedge, you are a freaking genius. The fact that he planted that ship. So, anyways, so that happens, and Svang La is like, this isn't good. This is a bad thing. But then, of course, his dad, who is there in the moment, is like, I don't want to go for the ship. I want to go for Jaina. Jaina's more important. She's a twin. We need to sacrifice her. The gods are going to be happy. So, long story short, they trap her. Jag goes back to get her. He's able to free her. She's flying away with Kip. And she's like, I got to go back and get Jag. And Jag's like, no, you got to leave me. And Wedge is like, Jaina, it's not a good idea. You need to come back. And she's like, no, I'm going to save. No one else is dying in this war. And she goes back and she gets him. Like, they make it out alive. She's like, after they land, Jag asks her why she rescued him. And she's like, I'm tired of everyone leaving me, which is like a real, it's heavy, right? She's lost a lot, but at the same time, it's kind of, you read it and you're like, oh, okay. Anyways, but Jag comes to her defense and like convinces Wedge that it was a good idea and like gets her out of trouble and everything. So anyways, now it is Grandpa Law who realizes Wedge is far more competent than he realized. And he's like, maybe I need to reconsider my strategies. But War Master Svang La, his son, is like, Dad, the weapon is a real thing. So you need to crush them now. Like, you need to go. He basically, against his father's reservations, is like, you need to go attack them right now. Okay. So here we go. Big bad in battle, Star Wars style. So in the confusion surrounding the launch of the Yuuzhan Vong attack, Lando ends up ferrying Luke, Mara, Tahiri, and the Wraiths to Coruscant, where they descend from orbit into the planet described as drop pods. Kind of cool. Through this, his current ship, the Record Time, is destroyed, but he and his Yuuzhan Vong droid escape in a modified B-wing. They go back to the planet. So the New Republic forces, despite the advanced warning of an assault, so they get advanced warning, they're still beaten back and overwhelmed by the numbers in the assault. All right. But then Wedge initiates, as they're about to be overrun, Wedge initiates Operation Emperor's Hammer. And the Lysankia unleashes a punishing multi-kilometer wide orbital bombardment on the massed forces around the base, annihilating the invasion force. Like, I'm talking a donut, 5 kilometers donut around the base, just leveled to a crisp. Like it was so cool because I was like, we are finally getting to see a Star Destroyer do what it's supposed to. Like, this is because there was a moment where he was like, the Yuuzhan Vong are expecting us to fight like the New Republic. Well, we're going to show them the Empire. He's like, we're going to do what the Empire does. And there's even a funny moment where I can't remember if it might have been Svang La's dad, Shokong La. He was like, these triangle ships aren't supposed to be able to do this. He was like, we didn't know. We didn't know that they could do this. Because apparently Nam Anor like has never seen it done before. And so he never conveyed like that as a military capability to the commanders in his like advanced like reconnaissance. And so there's this moment where he's like, they shouldn't be able to do that, as he's like watching his ground forces be decimated by this thing. So it's pretty cool.
So question. So you mentioned like, we're going to fight like the Empire. Now, isn't it a thing that in the EU that Emperor Palpatine, one of the reasons why he wanted to create the Empire was because he foresaw the coming of the Yuuzhan Vong and wanted to create a military force to fight them? I thought I've heard that before.
No.
That's not true?
No.
Oh, okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
I thought I heard that yeah, he hated the Jedi and he was power hungry, but he had a vision when he was younger that the galaxy was going to be invaded by an outside force, and he wanted to
Maybe.
stop them, and that's why one of the reasons why he created the Empire the way he did.
I could have sworn that was one of the reasons why he created the Death Star in canon, because of the Grisk. But I don't know. I need to look it up. I mean, I wouldn't put it past him, but
Chad, help us out.
I just know in Plagueis, it's all about the Sith rising again.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And technically, well, Plagueis came out after this, so it's you never know. But I don't know. Anyways, we get to see a really cool orbital bombardment. That's a word. So anyways, Chilkong La withdraws his forces, and the New Republic, including Lando, who just lands back at the planet. He Lando's back. You know what I'm saying? They celebrate the victory, and the book ends.
What is Han doing at this point?
They're ferrying Jedi.
Yeah, with Leia.
With Leia, yeah.
And the Millennium
They're kind of
Falcon.
like out of... This is like very much like a Wedge, Jaina book. So, but I was just like, dude, just the two-hitter quitter of like the fake. And by the way, the Yuzhan Vong and most of the military do not know at the end of this book that is a fake weapon. Keep in mind. The Yuzhan Vong definitely don't know.
That's
so
cool.
Yeah. And he's got one more surprise in the form of the Emperor's Spear, Operation Emperor's Spear. But we'll talk about that in the next book.
So Yarechi says, I went back and listened to the EU with Andrew episode about the Yuzhan Vong, and he does say something along those lines about Palpatine. So you have said that. So
it's probably somewhere out there.
I think it'd be cool if that is true, that like Palpatine.
I mean, I would not put it past the continuity team at this time to write that in. I really wouldn't.
Right.
I very frustratingly spoiled some stuff for one of the next book series for myself in looking for pictures for these presentations. And I was both super frustrated, but also very impressed at the way that they tie stuff in later. So anyways, we'll get to that in about 3 or 4 years when I finally read those books. But that is book 11. You guys ready for book 12?
Yep.
Any questions?
Nope.
Mayonnaise is not an instrument.
They've taken Coruscant back completely now? Like, there's no issues with that, or what?
No. None of this happened at Coruscant. It's it
happened at the planet above Coruscant.
Corelius.
I thought they were taking back Coruscant this whole time.
No, this
they were staging at Borlius, so they could...
Remember, the Yuzhan Vong sent a force to Borlius to take care of them while they were securing the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah. So Borlius has been the setting of this whole time.
Oh. Okay.
With a little bit of Coruscant at the front there.
Right.
So. Yeah. Just give up on Coruscant being a thing until next week. Like they're not getting it back anytime soon.
No problem.
All right.
What is that?
Yep. I knew this was going to draw some attention.
Literally looks like the Joker.
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. This book, it's fine. It's a book. It's there. It's a little silly, but it's a thing. All right. And we're gonna all go through it together. All right.
The more I keep looking at that one picture on top, the crazier it gets.
Okay. Shout out to Talon Illustrations. So someone commissioned this on Reddit, and this was so there is if you Google Lord Nyax. Hold on.
I thought you were gonna say Voldemort.
No. I just want to make sure. Nyax. If you Google Lord Nyax, there is like an official artwork representation of him as this like buff, like Hulk looking figure covered in cybernetic armor with a bunch of lightsabers and stuff. And it's not actually accurate to the way the book describes his character. And so someone on Reddit commissioned this artwork from this Talon Illustrations person. And so like I wanted to give credit where credit is due. This is actually like a book accurate illustration of what he looks like. So cool. We'll talk about him. Also, again, shout out to Naga's Shadow and Wikipedia for helping me compile all this information into one coherent document.
Is he shooting something out of his knee?
Nope, that's a lightsaber, Drew.
Yeah, those are all lightsabers.
Those are all lightsabers because
Oh,
everyone needs a
whoa.
lightsaber coming out of their knee.
And elbows and wrists.
Yes.
I just got it.
Yeah.
I don't know what I thought. I was his face is distracting me from.
Yeah, he's got a lot of problems.
He literally looks like the Joker.
Yeah, we'll talk about him. We'll talk about him in a second. All right, so this is literally just it happens right after the book we just talked about. This book it goes back and forth a lot between like three main storylines. So we're gonna kind of tackle them all one by one because it's not super integral that they happen in chronological order for this book. Okay. So let's talk about Han and Leia first. All right. They're off. They do the mission. Okay. And then they're like, we need to go start building rebel cells for this new rebel style new thing that we're doing. Right. So they first go to the planet called Vanix. This is the green circle on the map. It's not on the map. I had to like actually look for its location on a few other resources. It's never mentioned on this actual map, but it's like in that area above Kuat. So they go to Vanix, only to find that the leader of the planet has run away, and the people are holding an election for a new leader. The two candidates are an admiral who just wants to fight the Yuuzhan Vong, and a senator who Leia knows, who essentially wants to just like give up and just like give in to the Yuuzhan Vong. So Leia knows the senator personally, but even still, she needs to make sure she doesn't win because of the whole surrendering thing. Rightfully so. So the admiral also promises some old submarines for the famous couple's public support in the election, which Han thinks would make great self-contained bases for their assets in Yuuzhan Vong territory because they can strike from the water. However, Leia isn't willing to leave things up to chance, so she and Han just rig the election by tricking the senator into offering Leia a massive bribe to support her and catching the whole thing on camera. Okay, so then they go to another planet. Afrin 4, and Afrin 4 is the purple one on the map. Again, this is an approximation because it's not located actually on any of the maps for these books. They go incognito, and they took the Falcon, and I don't know how they thought that this was going to work, but like you have a Corellian YT 1300 beat up, and a white guy and a white girl get out of it. I mean, like they're famous enough that it's like, even in disguises, like it's really hard to disguise yourself unless you're taking another ship. And so they get thrown in jail pretty quickly, actually, because the Peace Brigaders there that they're trying to hide from, they're like, oh, I'm pretty sure this is the Solos, and they just throw them in jail. Well, little did you know that R2-D2 and C-3PO get an opportunity to be the heroes in this little section of the book. Ooh. So there's like a little hidey hole, a new little compartment installed in the Falcon that is specifically there to like hide resistance fighters and supplies and stuff. And the droids hide in there. And then it also has an exterior secret passageway, so they don't have to go down the main ramp, which is being watched by the Peace Brigade. So they get out. All right. R2-D2 hacks the system for the prison, can't get the computers to agree to release Han and Leia, so they go for a different approach. C-3PO walks straight up to the front door to the prison, okay? Bag with Han's blaster and Leia's lightsaber in it, okay? R2 does some schedule changing, gets the guard away from the door for a little bit, leaving just a prison droid. He then hacks the system, and I kid you not, C-3PO walks up and he's like, hey, I'm here to bring food to the prisoners. And the droid's like, well, let me inspect the food. And R2 hacks the system so that Han's blaster is seen by the droid as, and I quote, a Corellian spice loaf. And when he looks at Leia's lightsaber, instead he sees some sort of sausage. So R2 changes the droid so that he thinks that those items are food. And the droid's like, move along. You know what I'm talking about? And he goes in, C-3PO is like, hey, here, this is the Solo's last meal. the droid takes it to them as their last meal, drops the freaking weapons through the little meal slot. Han's like, I could get used to service like this. This is pretty great. R2 includes a data pad with a map to out like a recess yard or something at the prison. They get out there. R2 picks him up in the Falcon. It's a done deal. So there's that.
Fun.
That's all of Han and Leia in this book for the most part. Any questions?
Nope.
Okay, cool. Back on Borolophus, Wedge is still able to hold back Chokong La's forces for the majority of the events of the book. They're still kind of battling one another, but he's able to hold them off. He is also able to increase the Yuuzhan Vong sentiment that both Jaina Solo is a physical manifestation of one of the trickster goddess, and that the pipe fighters are capable of being used as a super weapon to attack Coruscant's defense fleet. And then while he's doing all this, we do see him working on a final plan, Emperor's Spear. And we don't genuinely, we don't know until the end of the book what he's working on. It's actually kind of cool. But the main plot, the really big main plot, is Luke and Mara's on Coruscant with the Wraiths. All right. So the Wraiths, they have a long history in the EU. Like I mentioned, I talked about the Gamorrean. It's a unit that has a bunch of reoccurring characters in it, but there are only, other than Piggy, there are only 2 other ones here that are reoccurring. If you notice, there aren't any new characters on here because they're not. There's Garrick Face Lauren. He's one of the reoccurring characters, and then Kel Tainer. But like neither of them really play a big enough role to be on the presentation. They're cool characters. Don't get me wrong. They do have a lot of time, like dialogue time with Luke and Mara, and they're like really cool commandos. But we don't need to spend time on them tonight. So they're there. Coruscant is becoming a mess because the Yuuzhan Vong have released a fungus that is digesting the skyscrapers and also turning the air toxic. They're beginning to terraform Coruscant, or as they call it in the book, Vong form. Dude, they use the term Vong as like a pretty derogatory term. And then you also find out from Tahiri that just saying Vong is an insult, because removing the Yuuzhan part, it's like it has a direct link to their gods. And so by just saying Vong, it essentially like
blasphemy.
I say this in the literal meaning of the word, bastardizes. You see what I'm saying? The Vong from the Yuuzhan part. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like if you were to like look at Buddhists and be like, a bunch of ists, or Christians and just ins, you know what I'm saying? It's but they're like super offended by it. So anyways, so Vong is like just a reoccurring term, kind of like Clanka.
Okay.
Anyways,
so they're terraforming Coruscant.
Yes.
You said. So how do you terraform essentially a city?
Glad you asked.
That's going to be explained, or?
Well, part of it is the fungus. So the fungus literally eats
Durasteel,
ferrocrete, space. Yeah, all the duraplastas. Like basically, it starts to decay the buildings, and we'll use that material to also affect the air. There's also, we'll talk about this in a little bit, but they also do some more drastic stuff. But this is like the initial, like, we got to get the process started. This is kind of the first step. Okay. Let's see. Vicky Sesh is in this too. She has a small subplot of trying to get off the planet, but it's not integral to the story. She's also the worst. So we'll talk about her in a little bit. So the central villain of this book isn't actually the Yuuzhan Vong, surprisingly enough. It's Nyax. So the reason that it's not the Yuuzhan Vong is because the race and the Skywalkers and everyone, they go in with like cloakers, and also they have like synthetic crab armor that they put on, so they look like Yuuzhan Vong, and it's like it's a good enough disguise that it works pretty well. And the whole reason they're there is Nyax. Remember, Luke has this vision of the dark side on Coruscant, and he's like, we got to go check it out, because last thing you want is a Palpatine on top of the Yuuzhan Vong. That would suck. So they're there, and the Yuuzhan Vong are not the villain of the story. So we find out that Luke was sensing someone by the name of Lord Nyax. We're kind of jumping jumping the gun here, but there is a lot of really good build up suspense and like kind of chasing him throughout different areas of the planet, feeling the dark side, getting glimpses of him, but like not really knowing who he is. But I'm just gonna cut right to it. So a little into the story, we find out that his real name is Eric Ismarin, and he was a minor villain in the book Children of the Jedi. So minor, in fact, that Luke vaguely remembers his face, but basically has no idea who he is. Like he's a minor character. Eric was a spoiled brat in the book. His mother was a formal emperor's hand. That's what I meant to say. Mara thought she was full of crap. She even wasn't an emperor's hand, but whatever. His mother also claims that he's the emperor's son, though she never has proof. Her and her son run off at the end of the book, and they're never seen again until this book. So at some point after they left, she finds him a tutor in the form of a dark Jedi. However, there was eventually a fight that led to between him, the son, and the dark Jedi that led to the dark Jedi dying. But Eric took a lightsaber thrust through the face, costing him much of his brain in the process. So she sets him up in an underground bunker deep under Coruscant, basically fills him with growth hormones, grows him to the size of a Hulk, and replaced his brain with the parts of his brain that he lost with cybernetics, and built him this lightsaber armor. So included in... I'm jumping the gun. I'll say this. But of course, the Yuuzhan Vong attack on Coruscant woke him early. He got loose before the process was finished. And the parts of the process that weren't finished included building him a personality and implanting him memories of actually being human. But they did not skip the part where they flooded him and his implants with combat data and heightened his focus to the Force, making him super powerful. So he's basically a brain-damaged and amnesiac newborn in the body of a killing machine that instinctively knows how to murder everything around him.
Exciting.
So he's a droid.
Yeah. He's like a cyborg.
But
all it means is, unfortunately, this meant that his mother was just another target on the way out of the building.
Ooh.
So she's dead. He killed her. See, that was a good use of that. So in the few scenes we do get from Nyax's point of view, they're very primitive feeling, for lack of a better word. Like he legitimately seems like a child who doesn't know how to articulate what he's feeling. Like he doesn't talk very well. Like it seems like a toddler who has like an immense control over the Force and like knows what he wants but can't communicate it. It's really strange. So he knows that he wants something behind a massive stone wall, and like you don't find out. There are glimpses of him, just him, brief glimpses of him trying to get through this wall throughout the book, and you don't find out what it is until like 2/3 of the way through. And the way he communicates is like there are other survivors on Coruscant, and he literally just like brute force shoves commands into their minds through the Force. Like it's really just, it's honestly kind of sinister, but he doesn't know how to talk, so he just controls people that way.
It's kind of like the Joker. Like,
no, the Joker's extremely smart.
Yeah, but then comes across like he's not.
Well, Nyax also isn't very smart. He's just powerful.
But wouldn't he be smart by still being able to control your mind?
No, it's just instinct.
Part instinct.
It's just this raw, like I need to overpower them and make them do what I want. So he just like, it's just like an instinctual, like I gotta force my desire on you through the Force, that sort of a thing.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he's really. I'm trying to think of like a modern day equivalent, like in a movie, like a movie character or something. But he's essentially, he's kind of like the Hulk without the Bruce Banner part.
Yeah.
So the Hulk for most of his appearances in the MCU.
Yeah, it's similar. So yeah. So he knows so there's a big stone wall. He knows he wants something behind it. His lightsabers can't cut through it. They use other means. They can't get through it. He's like, I've got to get to the other side of this wall. I've got to figure out what's on the other side of this thing. So he's like, forcing his will on the people to try to get it open, and everything fails. It's also worth noting that Lord Nyax, he takes the name because people call him that. He's actually Lord Nyax is a Carillion boogeyman that they tell children to scare them. He comes in the night for naughty children, essentially. And the reason he likes the name is because Lord is important and he feels like he's important. So he's just like, they're going to call me that, so I'm taking the name. So anyways, they find a skyscraper-sized construction droid, which are a thing. They have been a thing all throughout the EU. Yeah, they're in a bunch of. They're in the Jedi Search books, and I think a few other appearances. But anyways, so they find one of these construction droids, and they use it to break the barrier. So at this point, Luke and the Yuuzhan Vong are onto him, and they're all kind of converging on him. So Nyax doesn't know how to fight, but his implants sure do. So he's really dangerous, but rather easy to outsmart. But fun fact, behind the barrier is apparently the dark side nexus that the Jedi temple had been built over.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so like he breaks it open and the dark side just goes crazy. And he goes super powerful. He basically becomes Professor X. Just starts picking up massive chunks of stuff swirling him around. Like he's so OP in this moment. But the sad thing is that he's not smart. So he's got all of these like massive chunks of rock and stuff, and he's like taking down Yuuzhan Vong ships and stuff like that. But he's just winning because he's like really OP. So Tahiri is able to kill him by apparently channeling her inner Yuuzhan Vong sense. So what she does is she apparently like diminishes herself in the Force and only inhabits the Yuuzhan Vong part of herself, and it essentially makes her invisible to him. He can't sense her in the Force. She gets up in behind him. They're actually like hopping on the rocks and stuff around him, and then she ends up hitting him with a bunch of thud bugs, which are like the explosive like beetle things that the Yuuzhan Vong throw. And it's really sad because as he's dying, his last thoughts are like, it's not fair that she cheated, and also I'm really sleepy, so I'm gonna go to sleep now. And you're like, this is a child. It's really sad. It's literally, it's kind of pitiful. So anyways, the Race and the Jedi escape in a ship that they steal from Vicky Sesh. She decides to jump to her death instead of Face being captured by Mara, because Mara kind of has a vendetta against her for like, I don't know, trying to kidnap her newborn kid. So she's like, I can either go with Mara, who has a vendetta against me, or I can try to go back to the Yuuzhan Vong, who I've already betrayed. And she ends up just jumping to her death.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, she's the worst. I was like, okay, that's fine. We're gonna move on. Like she was the worst. So they all make it back to Bor Laphosphus and join up with Wedge. And you see the final part of his plan. So he evacuates the base while launching all of the fighters and everything in an effort to protect the quote unquote super weapon. Wink, wink. The Yuuzhan Vong believe it is the real first use, not a test. We're actually going to fire this thing. And they all start converging on the super weapon. Understandably so. However, as the fighters start to engage, all of the fighters and the Super Star Destroyer, they just jump away into hyperspace, leaving the super weapon undefended, and they destroy it super easily. And Shulkong Law is like, this is really strange. Well, then plot twist, all those fighters and the Super Star Destroyer come out of hyperspace within range of the world ship. And using Jaina's gravity trickery thing, the fighters that he does scramble against this incoming force, they don't know who to target, and so they're all like confused and stuff, and basically they're able to gain ground and gain ground and gain ground. And it takes him too long to realize the true threat, because he realizes that Wedge means to ram the Super Star Destroyer into the world ship, and immediately orders increased fire to deal with it. However, Wedge has secretly removed all of the Super Star Destroyer's guns and rearmed and upgunned all the other ships. So they're like flying interference for the Super Star Destroyer and not being destroyed. He also filled the entire center line of the ship with a massive, basically a spear, like a cylinder, a massive tube all the way down the ship with a point at the end sticking out the front of the ship filled with explosives. Basically a spear bomb. Okay. So when Chokong La, his second in command, points out that Star Destroyers don't, quote, have stingers, he orders an immediate retreat, only for the rest of Wedge's fleet to appear. So the Mon Mothma, which we talked about earlier, has a gravity well projector because it's one of the newer Star Destroyers. So they jump in and they turn that sucker on, and the world ship can't get away. And it's also worth noting that he uses the same Star Destroyer to perform what they call the Thrawn Slash against one of the first commanders. It's a tactic where you use a gravity well projector to get a laser-accurate hyperspace jump by pulling ships out of hyperspace exactly where you need them, which is really cool. So normal hyperspace jumps aren't as accurate. There's some range in where you might come out of, out into real space. But if you use some sort of gravity well, you can get pinpoint accuracy, which I thought was pretty cool.
Thrawn and his gravity wells, I tell you.
Yeah. So anyways, the Super Star Destroyer rams the world ship, puncturing deep into its core, and detonates and kills the ship. If you look at the picture on the presentation in the bottom right, that is the Super Star Destroyer puncturing that sucker.
Fun.
So the New Republic ends up abandoning Borlasasafasafas after their victory, and they end up gaining the government a great deal of time to plan their next moves and kind of re-up the alliances and stuff. So Wedge is super smart. I like Wedge a lot in these books. So there you go.
Exciting.
Yep.
Sweet. That's cool.
Yep.
So did the Joker guy die, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember he said, he was like, I'm sleepy, and she cheated, and then
Yeah, he gets killed by Tahiri.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. See, there you go. That was Enemy Lines 2, Rebel Stand.
exciting.
Stay tuned for the next book, Traitor.
Traitor. Oh, I wonder who the traitor is then. Traitor on the good side or the bad side?
We'll have to find out.
You'll have to find out. Stay tuned to the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
All right. Oh, is this a coffee break now?
Did you say after the third book we were going to stop and...
No, I said after the coffee break we were going to stop.
Ah, well, let me tell you something. You know what's... The only thing better that I can think of... The only thing... There's only one thing better than knee lightsabers in this entire universe that I can think of. And that is the sponsor of today's episode.
Only one thing. Wow.
Only one thing. Knee lightsabers are the pinnacle of convenience and lethal threat.
Makes sense.
You just walk. Yeah. So anyways, the
people's
only thing
ankles
better
off.
than that is coffee and tea.
So does that mean your wife is at most 3 on your list of best things in the world?
Okay, we are not going there. I'm not.
Wesley Andrews Coffee and Tea out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. If you like a great deal, take a listen to this commercial break.
Hey everyone, Andrew here. I'm pleased to tell you that the sponsor of today's episode is Wesley Andrews Coffee and Tea. If you don't know anything about Wesley Andrews, you definitely should. They're an award-winning coffee roaster and shop in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and they make fantastic coffee. The awesome thing is that whether you live in the Twin Cities or not, you can get their coffee beans delivered straight to your door by ordering them online. They even have a subscription service that ensures you never run out of amazing coffee. If you've been looking for some new coffee to try or a way to elevate your normal coffee routine, now's your chance. Head over to wesleyandrews.cc, use the code Empire Radio, that's with a capital E and a capital R with no space at checkout, to get 15% off your first purchase of any bags of coffee or a coffee subscription. I can't think of a better deal. Get 15% off some great coffee, support a small business, and support your favorite Star Wars podcast. In the words of Emperor Palpatine, do it.
Do it.
Do it.
All right, what's next in this story?
Hey, I forgot it's me. I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Okay. Traitor. This book
It's
13.
a trap.
It's a trap. Anyways, it's literally called Traitor. You pumped?
Right.
Slide.
Is there a
Wow.
slide for it?
Yeah. I was going to show you the cover of the book. Jeez.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
sorry. I don't know. You gotta let us know what you're gonna do. You can't just leave us hanging like this.
Oh, shoot.
We're like pumped.
My lightsaber turned on.
Was just showing us his lightsaber during the break
During the coffee break.
and all the sounds that it makes.
It's hold on. There we go. Anyways. There we go. Traitor.
That cover's kind of whack.
Dude,
Who's that?
okay, I just want you to know that the American covers suck big booty. The ones in all of the thumbnails for these, they're the Japanese covers. So there was a bro, the Japanese covers go so freaking hard. In fact, Jeremiah, get your pencil ready. Boom. The next slide for this is just one of the Japanese covers for the book. And you might be like, Andrew, what? Just the cover? No characters? No map? No, because everything you need from this story is literally in this cover.
That's
But
pretty dope. Actually.
Look how sick this cover
compared
is.
to show the American one. again.
Look. This,
That's a soap opera.
it's not even a soap opera. It's like just Photoshop. Someone was like, oh, I'm going to Photoshop something. This, hand drawn.
That's pretty dope. Yeah,
Sick. Anyways,
we're slacking.
we're slacking.
But when these came out, Photoshop was a cool thing
That's
in
true.
the 90s.
Hey, fun fact. Do you know who created Photoshop, Drew?
No,
John Knoll and his brother. You know who John Knoll is?
sounds familiar.
Why don't, Jeremiah, you don't know who John Knoll is?
No, I'm sorry. I don't know the
After
history of
all the
Photoshop.
corridor episodes?
Oh, I vaguely remember.
Go look up
ILM
John.
guy?
No, go look up. It's in your own time. Go look up John Knoll,
But it's the ILM guy, right?
the VFX supervisor on the Phantom Menace and the prequels.
Sorry,
He
I don't have these
created-
memorized these people's
He
Created
names.
created Photoshop.
And then he got ripped off by Canva.
Okay, first of all, they're not the same thing at all.
They're not.
That's fair.
Canva, I think, is much more user friendly, but Photoshop just does way more than Canva can.
Because I have the Photoshop elements, and I don't know how to use
Photoshop
it.
has a stupid high learning curve. Canva
Like-
is easier, but it just doesn't do as much.
When Canva background mover doesn't do its job, I can remove the background using Photoshop elements enough to
you use
get what I need.
the smart lasso,
No, that doesn't work for me. I suck at that. I don't know.
do you
I
do it
suck
by
at it.
hand?
I suck at it, dude. I can't. I'm not good at anything like
It's
that. so-
therapeutic for me. Masking. Anyways, that's not the point.
Can I
We're
hire
talking
you to
about
do our thumbnail?
Traitor. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about? Force Awakens. Anyways,
Oh, that guy.
it's a meme. Okay, so let's talk about this book. All right. So I'm just cat's out of the bag. Jason is not dead.
Okay. Was that
Thank you.
that Jason there then?
That is there are two Jasons on that screen.
So the big head and
Yep.
The big
And the one that looks like he's covered in snakes, and we'll get to that in a little bit. And then the one over on the
Oh.
far right is Anakin. Anakin.
which is dead.
Yes.
So he's
And
coming
then-
back as a Force ghost.
Yes, kind of. Anyways, so this book,
Wait,
not
Anakin had a purple lightsaber?
that's not no the far right.
Oh,
No, that's Ganner. He's one of the Jedi. He's come up a few times earlier in the books, but that's Ganner. Rysode. He's the you remember he was the one who was like conventionally handsome, and then he got the scar, and he was like,
Yes.
"Leave it, because I'm learning a
He's
lesson."
a playboy,
Yeah, but then he like actually learned his lesson. Yeah, that's
but
him.
he doesn't have a scar in this picture.
He does. If you look really closely,
You
he
can kind of
does.
see it a little bit. It's kind of like Anakin Skywalker's
He's
thing,
still
but bigger.
cute though. So.
Anyway,
Hey, I mean, you do you, man. But so yeah. Anyways, obviously we have Vergier in the middle, and then Nam Anor, big skull and bones boy back there.
God, that guy's so cool looking.
and
Yeah.
who's the other guy with the purple like bird
Wave.
looking thing? With
That's Vergier.
Did we know? See a picture of him before?
Her, yes,
Her, sorry.
yes. Remember, she's the one with the tears.
Yes.
The tears that do what again?
They healed Mara.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I remember now. There's so many characters, dude. I
Bro,
can't.
there is. It's a lot.
Dude, sorry, I didn't
Anyways.
read these 19 books.
That's
We need
that's
a
not my
char-
fault.
We should have started this whole thing with a character breakdown. Just characters. A whole episode. 3-hour episodes of just characters.
No, moving on.
I might as well have just told the story then. Anyways, so this book is actually not very long. It's less than 300 pages.
Oh, dang.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's actually not long, and I mean, like it's like normal sized.
Yeah, for a paperback too, that's even smaller than
It's
right?
pretty small. Not plot wise, not a lot happens. There is a ton of like introspection stuff. This book, this is the philosophy book. So like all of the books have their own themes and stuff. Jeremiah, is everything okay?
Yeah, I was
Okay.
just fixing my screen.
Oh, I thought you looked concerned for a second. I was like, is
If
something?
I'm concerned, I'll say something.
Okay. So a lot of the books have like defining characteristics, like, you know, there's the book with Anakin on Yavin, and that's what people remember. And then like for me, Rebel Dream was like the Star Destroyer one, you know, with Wedge, and like Dark Journey was Jaina's book. This one is like the philosophy. This is Jason's like philosophy introspection book. And there is a lot of really heavy discussion about the Force. Like I've said it before, like I've talked about how like it's really difficult to communicate these books in this way because so much of the context and so much of the dialogue can't be covered. This book will not hit like a fraction of the way it normally does if you don't read it. Like you're not going to get the full experience just listening to me do it. So I would highly recommend this. Like even as a standalone book, this is a really good book. The thing that I love about this book is that so at the beginning of all these books, there is a section called Dramatis Personae, which if you've read other books, you might know is just a list of the reoccurring characters. It'll say the character name. It'll be like Commander, Jedi Knight, and then it'll tell the person's species and their gender if they have one listed. And so it'll be like Han Solo, Captain, Millennium Falcon, male human. For this book, there are 6 characters the entire book. And for the other books, there are a ton of characters throughout the books. Like for example, in the next one, this is the list of characters on this side.
Oh, dang.
Versus this one, it's just this.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So in this case, I love this because so keep in mind that when you're reading these books, Anakin dies, Jason gets captured, no idea what happens to him. Next book, presumed dead. You don't know what happens to him. Leia doesn't believe that he's dead, but nothing is ever confirmed. So you can like choose to believe Jason and the rest of the Jedi who felt this moment of intense pain, and then all of a sudden he's gone. Or you can believe Leia, but there's nothing confirming it. And then you have 2 more books where nothing, he's mentioned as if he might be dead, he might be alive, no one knows, but he's like not really a part of the story. And then after all of that, you come back and you get a book that is completely centered around him and a small handful of other characters, and you spend the entire book getting to know what happened while everything else was going on in the galaxy. So it's been all these books of like big spanning cast, we're planet hopping, these grand adventures, and now all of a sudden we have a book that is like laser focused on a very small portion of the galaxy, on a single character and what's going on inside of them. And it was like a breath of fresh air for me. Like, don't get me wrong, I've loved these books. I love all the characters. I love how all the stories
It's kind of nice to be like locked in on
but it's
6
like
characters.
we're taking a breather, we're spending time with a character, and not only that, you both know how I love like philosophical stuff, especially when it comes to the Force. And so this book was a treat for me.
Well, and it probably helped your mind spec of Jason too, because
I will say I didn't, up until this point, I hated his guts. Not really, but I didn't like him. And then after this point, I had much more respect for him. This is the turning point. This is the turning point for Jason, in terms of his perspective on the war, his power level. He's still kind of too much of a pacifist and a little bit of a crybaby later, but it's like, I mean, it's night and day. Yeah, it's night and day. So yeah, let's dive in. So this goes all the way back and starts right after Star by Star. So we've gone 3 books from Star by Star. Now we're going all the way back, and we're just focusing on Jason. We learn that he is captured by the Yuuzhan Vong, basically betrayed at the end of the last book by Vergere. And so what you need to know, and this is something that we didn't really cover when we talked about Star by Star, is that Vergere is there. And we find out Vergere is Force sensitive. Okay. That's important. So at the end of that book, after Anakin dies, she helps Jason kind of get away. And then he kind of forms this tentative bond with her. He's grieving, but he's like, what, the Jedi ? Maybe. And then she betrays him and hands him over to Na Manor at the end of that book. That's how he gets captured. It's a relatively minor point, but just know that he is betrayed by her. So then he's tortured.
And who's she on here again? On the poster?
The bird looking thing.
Okay.
So he's also tortured, during which Vergere says to him multiple times that he's quote unquote dead, and states that she will lead him through the lands of the dead. He's not physically dead, but it's just like trippy philosophical talk. She also completely cuts him off from the Force, which is the event that Jaina, Leia, and the others felt that led to many of them believing that he's dead. How she does this is literally never explained, but it's a fascinating concept. It's essentially like the finale of Avatar between Aang and Ozai, where he like stops his ability to bend,
right?
But with the Force. And so what happens is he's in the Embrace of Pain. So we talked about the Embrace of Pain a little bit earlier, but for those of you who don't remember, the Embrace of Pain is a concoction of the Yuuzhan Vong that essentially is designed to keep you at a constant specific threshold of pain. So if it's too much, it will ease up. If it's too little, it will increase. It's meant to keep you in constant pain. Like you literally hang by your limbs from like the ceiling or like a wall, and like it's connected to your nerves, and it like your arms are bent at uncomfortable angles, so you can't like really rest. And like it's meant to be the one of the worst ways of torture you can possibly imagine. It's kind of like a similar experience akin to like when Loden Greatstorm was being, like, the second he would fall asleep, they would wake him up again. It's kind of a similar concept of like the second you feel like you're going to get relief, it pulls you back in. And so he starts drawing on the Force. He starts using the Force because of his training. And Vajir's like, oh, no, we're not doing that. Boop, no Force. Her whole thing is, at this point, it's very clear that she is some sort of a Force user. It's also very clear that she's been around for a very long time. We don't know very much, but Jacen identifies that in her. And so she begins to start to train him, but in a very hands-off way. So she cuts him off from the Force, and her philosophy is like, it's not worth doing if you don't do it yourself. You've got to figure this out for yourself. No Force. You've got to learn it for yourself. Even when he asks her questions, her answer is like, she straight up says everything I tell you is a lie, and she like won't give him straight answers. She like speaks in parables and will like sometimes straight up not answer him in an effort for him to come to the conclusion himself. Oftentimes the ones that she actually wants him to. She's like a master manipulator. We're talking Palpatine level, but like not quite as inherently evil. Very mystic and like confusing, but she's teaching him nonetheless. So at the beginning of the story, he's hung up in the embrace of pain. He asks her to release him. She instead tells him a story about how she once found a shadow moth pupa as a child. She could feel the shadow moth trying to leave its cocoon. It was struggling, it was in pain, and it was panicking. She feels it through the Force, and she helps it out. But in doing so, she cripples the moth because they apparently need to struggle against the cocoon to help inflate their wings. And the one that she, quote unquote, helped couldn't actually fly. And so her first lesson to Jacen is that you can't expect others to save you. You have to do it for yourself. It's also here that Jacen learns of Vergier's past on Coruscant because shadow moths are native to Coruscant. So he's like, wait a second, Coruscant. And she was like, yeah, I used to live there. And you're like, and she like walks away. So after a bit, there's a pretty good amount of introspection and like Jacen inside of himself, and he's like learning how to deal with the pain. And so he ends up eventually escaping it by deliberately harming himself. So as the amount of pain that he's in goes up, the embrace ends up slacking off because he's in too much pain for what it's trying to, like, what it's set for. And he ends up breaking out. And in the end, he learns that he can still act through his pain no matter how it gets. It's actually kind of like a superpower because, like, he gets to a point where, like, pain legitimately doesn't bother him anymore. Like, he's not immortal. He can still die. He can still be harmed. But he gets trained in such a way that, like, it doesn't matter anymore. Like, the normal things that would cause a normal person to be like, no, I'm afraid. Like, he's like, whatever. I've dealt with it. Like, I know how to deal with this now. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool as an ability. Let's see. It's also worth noting here that the main reason he's being taught this lesson is to be converted to the, quote, true way of the Yuuzhan Vong, which is to embrace pain. The idea of embracing pain is a sacrifice to the gods until you die, and that's the true release and all this stuff. So Nam Anor is working with Vergier to, like, actually try to turn him, to convert him to the way of the Yuuzhan Vong just without being a genetic Yuuzhan Vong.
And why?
They want to use him as a weapon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And also, like, do the whole sacrifice thing, but they're like, basically, if we can get him on our side and, like, he can kill his sister, or, like, we've got a weapon, and, like, it's an offering to the god. It's a whole thing. But anyways, they're trying to convert him. So then the second part of this story takes place on a special, unbefore-seen ship called a seed ship. Jacen is fitted with a piece of coral by being stabbed in the chest by Vergier. And the coral is very similar to the various slaves we've seen in the previous books. It's basically like a homing beacon
that controls them with pain internally. Like it integrates into their body on a cellular level almost, and like it's telepathic, and you can be caused pain if you don't listen, essentially. He's dumped into what the book labels a quote unquote savage garden. The whole place is it's just madness. So it's just slaves building things, destroying those things, rebuilding them, working for no reason, dying for no reason. It seems just like it's like a manual labor prison camp hell for no seeming reason. And he realizes through Vergier that it's apparently a playground. And the slaves, including Jason, are the toys. And the children in the playground are called Duryams, a special kind of Yamask. So you remember the Yamas, the telepathic war coordinators, right? Duryams are very special. I can't remember. I kind of allude to it later, but essentially I'm going to just jump ahead and tell you. Duryams are world coordinators. So Yamasks are war coordinators, but Duryams will literally rule or help rule over an entire world. In this specific case, they're looking to grow them and then pick one to govern over the terraforming of Coruscant into this new planet and then rule the wildlife there. They don't rule the people necessarily. I guess they do with the slaves, but essentially it's like they want to control the terraforming because somebody has to be in control to make sure it goes correctly.
Right.
Again, I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but they're growing multiple ones. Each one of them has their own kind of like enclosure, and the playing in the playground is them learning how to control beings and learning how to. They're essentially working on their mental abilities to be able to control things. And they're all pitted against one another. All of them but one are going to be killed at the end of the period, and the one that is the best will be allowed to live and go terraform Coruscant. Okay. Well, Jason is able to ignore the pain that is caused by the implant because he's like super pain man now. And instead, he's allowed to be a medic to use some of his abilities that he's learned over the course of his training as a Jedi. Even though he doesn't have the Force, he's allowed to be a medic and to help tend to the other slaves in that Duryam's enclosure. This, in turn, actually ends up over time making that Duryam's enclosure the best one. Like it looks best, things are going the best, and it's noticeable. So cool. It's working out in the Yuuzhan Vong's favor. Vergier continues to teach Jason her philosophies during this time, and we legitimately have no idea how much time passes during this period. We don't. It's never stated, but it seems to be a pretty good chunk of time. When Jason attempts to get her to help the other slaves, she asks him what the difference is between a flower and a weed. And her answer is nothing, only what the gardener decides to cultivate. She calls Jason the gardener and the people flowers or weeds. It's up to him to prune them. We don't have time to, we really don't have time to get into it here, but she is such a fascinating character. Like I could honestly do an entire episode on just her, but
you always could.
That would be one heck of an episode. I need to read more books, but anyways. So this whole section comes to a head when the Yuuzhan Vong move in to decide which Duryam will be chosen to lead the terraforming of Coruscant. The slaves are commanded via pain to stay in one place, but of course, Jason, it doesn't really bother him and he's able to go elsewhere. So it's also worth noting that during this whole time, Jason is able to build a rapport, I would say, with the Duryam. So he realizes that when the Duryam realizes that he can't force Jason to submit to his will, he basically tries to strike up an agreement with Jason to help him out through the coral implant. And they kind of have like a telepathic bond. Because Jason, even though he doesn't have the Force at the current time, he's used to telepathic communication.
and he's able to communicate with the Duriam some, and they kind of build this relationship of familiarity. It's one of the reasons why Jason is able to help kind of spruce things up and heal the slaves and all that stuff. So it's worth noting. He essentially has his own Vong sense. There's that word again because of the coral inside of him. So anyways, while everyone is being told to stay in one place while they're looking at all the Duriams, all the slaves, Jason goes off on his own. And then the Yuzon Vong find him standing in a grove of wild amphistaphs. So these are amphistaphs before they're like harvested and turned into weapons. And so in this state, they're basically tentacles that can slice anything up that gets close. And Jason is standing in the center of them. He doesn't call on the forest here, but it's clear he's using the Vong sense to like appear to them as not food or a threat, because he's like standing in the middle of the patch. He describes it as running back through the nervous system link that the slave seed has formed with him, and he calls it his own Vong sense. So several warriors try to get him out of it. Jason makes armor out of wild amphistaphs to fight them, which is part of the image we have in the slide here of him covered with them. It's even more so like he covers himself in those, and it's low key like super cool because they can't touch him, they can't harm him, and then he has two that he's like using his whips and spears and stuff, and but he kills all the warriors super easily. And at this point, he's fully sensing everything through his Vong sense and reacting essentially just as he would as a Jedi. Like he's gotten that used to it. So Nam Anor is watching and is upset that his project is trying to quote unquote commit suicide, while Vergir insists that she be allowed to stop him. Vergir only gets to go ahead when Nam Anor realizes Jason's plan. Jason rushes the Duriam Creesh, kills the handlers, and then kills all the Duriams. All but the one he's partnered with. Jason believes he sees his late brother Anakin in the Force, telling him to not kill the last Duriam because of their partnership. All appearances of Anakin Solo are ambiguous as to whether they're or not they're like illusions or actually real. But Vergir also convinces him not to kill the last one, and then he falls unconscious. So he almost kills them all, except for the one. The last main part of the book takes place on Coruscant. We're back on the surface, which Jason, after waking up on the surface, barely recognizes as his home. He and Vergir are alone, and it's revealed that Coruscant is now called Yuzon Tar, the name of the homeworld of the Yuzon Vong that they've been searching for millennia. It's also revealed that the Yuzon Vong altered Coruscant's orbit to make it much warmer and much more humid. They also pulverized one of the planet's moons and spread it out around the planet, giving it a ring. This is described as a rainbow bridge. It's like actually supposed to be really beautiful to look at. Visible from anywhere on the surface.
Races on them at all?
No. But it's supposed to be like a bridge for the gods to walk around on or whatever.
Oh, Rainbow Road.
The last remaining Duriam makes it safely to the planet, and the seed ship breaks up. So like the whole point of the seed ship is like it's supposed to crash. And as it enters the atmosphere, it breaks up. The Duriam lands and starts to take root. And then the ship itself is like the main portion of the terraforming. It's got genetic material. It's got animals. It just kind of like spreads things out above the ground, and stuff starts to form. So the last remaining Duriam made it there when it broke up as planned, scattering material to build the natural biomes in the new world. Jason and Vergir escaped during the upheaval and are being hunted on the planet, though Jason doesn't know it technically. He eventually finds his way to the ruins of the old Jedi Temple, the one that was completely wrecked in the last book. Vergir questions Jason further as to who he is, while blinding him in the dark of the underground, so they go deeper underground where he can't see. Jason states proudly that he is a Jedi, and Vergir tells him that it was all a game and that Jason has lost. She reveals that he is surrounded by Yuzon Vong with Nam Anor. She's betraying him again. Jason slips into unconsciousness, and at this point reconnects with the Force and unleashes the dark side of the Force upon Vergir and the Yuzon Vong. So he like legit caves in an entire room on top of him in the fort. I mean, he's like, for a second, he's like kind of OP. Yeah. And he almost kills Vergier. When he confronts the wounded Vergier about it shortly afterwards, she argues that there is no difference between the light and the dark sides of the Force. They are both the same. So again, more of this philosophy stuff. Jason, shocked at this revelation, leaves Vergier to discover who he is and chases after what he believes to be the spirit of Anakin, which is why we have blue Anakin over here. However, this is supposedly a hallucination, and Jason unwittingly enters a cavern beast. It's just a big. It's like the what was it? The Norwegian Alaskan bullworm from SpongeBob, where it's big enough that you could walk into its mouth. You don't remember the Alaskan bullworm episode?
I've never watched a single episode in my entire life.
Oh my gosh. The old SpongeBob is classic.
I'm older than you. That was
Anyways,
more for your age group than mine.
All I'm saying is he walks into a big thing that's big enough that he thinks it's a cavern. Where was I? There we go. Inside its belly, he hears a voice crying for help. He tries to shut it out, believing it to be another hallucination, but then, to his horror, realizes that it has a presence in the Force. He tries to rescue the girl crying for help, but to no avail. Then he unleashes the hate within himself. He uses the dark side to rescue the child. So she is in a pit, basically being eaten by teeth and acid. It's a little gruesome, but he saves her. Using the dark side. This confuses him and draws his mind back to Vergier's teaching that the dark side was simply the Force unleashed to its full potential. He discovers more survivors, refugees of the conquest of Coruscant. He assumes that they too were drawn in by illusions and false hopes. Through his confusion, though, he also finds anger and rage. This is because the refugees have a rule. Whoever arrives last in the beast would be sent to feed its ravenous hunger as a sacrifice. The girl arrived last, so she was undergoing an execution. The survivors, and most enraging to Jason, the girl accused him of being the last and then tried to send him on his way to the stomach. Enraged, he draws on the anger he feels and uses the Force to make the animal believe that the humans are poisonous, triggering it to forcibly eject all of them. Bereft of their shelter, the survivors would most likely die from Coruscant's many dangers, and they're pissed at him. So he saved the girl and he saved them, and they've turned on him. And lost and confused, he leaves them and goes on.
Fun.
Yeah. So then he arrives at the Solo's now ruined apartment and is saddened by how much things have changed. His home and his life are now a perversion of its former self. Shortly after this arrival, he is visited by what he thinks to be, and may have been, we don't actually know, Anakin's spirit, Force Ghost. This also challenges his thoughts on the Force. The apparition of Anakin engages in the playful banter they once shared, and Jason tells him of the things that he has done and also his confusion. Jason also asks Anakin whether he is real or an illusion. Anakin counters, asking Jason if there's a difference, saying that life, like the Force, is all one and there is no difference, akin to Vergier's earlier teachings. Jason then thinks that Anakin really is an illusion and tries to shut him out, falling into a deep depression. Vergier arrives and wakes him, once again challenging Jason's beliefs. They are soon joined by Nam Anor and his entourage of warriors, who confront Jason, saying that they believe him to be an avatar of Yun Yamka, one of the gods. In fact, the main god? Yun Yamka, is Yun Yamka the slayer or the creator? I don't remember. I can look it up later, but they believe him to be an avatar of the gods. Offering him Anakin's lightsaber.
Ooh.
If he would convert to the Yuuzhan Vong religion. Jason agrees, although Nam Anor is unaware at this time that he is lying.
Well, why wouldn't he lie? Like, he's trying to survive, I guess.
Yeah. The final section of the story is mostly told from the point of view of Ganner Rydesode, who is the purple wielding, what did Drew say, cute guy on the screen?
Cutie.
This takes place at an unknown time after the last scene. So Gainer has heard a rumor that some refugee had seen Jason Solo alive on Coruscant. So he's like, Jaina, we need to go figure this out. We need to go look at it and, see if it's true. Jaina's like, it's a lie. Don't ever bother me about this again. I don't want to talk about it. She's still messed up. But Gainer believes, or at least he believes it, or at least wants to run the rumor into the ground. So he's been searching. His search brings him to a very strange refugee city. So these things aren't really touched on a ton, but they're actually kind of cool. So apparently the Yuzon Vong deported a huge number of New Republic citizens and then jammed them on massive honeycomb ships, which are like airtight habitats. And dumped them in New Republic systems. So they didn't kill everyone. They just got rid of them. No engines, minimal supplies, and a life support that a few billion people will die if the system doesn't do something. So like they have enough time to survive long enough for the system to realize they're there, but not enough time for them to just ignore them.
Right.
So it's just a pain. It's a pain for everyone involved, right? Getting rid of the unwanted people and burdening the enemy worlds at the same time, which is kind of a smart military strategy. Most of these weren't fully evacuated until after the war, and so people were forced to live in these cramped shelters and supplies were brought to them. So Gainer traces the rumors to a man on one of these shelters. The man has no idea what he's talking about, and when Gainer pushes to get for more information, he suddenly finds himself on the other side of the ship. Like he blinks and he's just on the other side of the ship. Only realizing then that the man had used a very powerful force command to cloud his mind and make him leave, only to wake up later and realize what had gone on. So of course, Gainer goes back to confront the man, only to fall into the trap that Jason had actually set for Jaina. He was hoping Jaina would come, and Gainer did instead. Gainer is convinced Jason is a traitor, but Jason is acting as a double agent, and Gainer forced his hand. The handlers that are with Jason don't really trust him and would have killed everyone on the refugee ship if Jason hadn't taken down Gainer. But Jason has a plan to sacrifice Gainer to the glory of the gods in a trial run for the one that would take place between him and Jaina, a fight to the death. Okay, so Gainer's now caught.
Exciting.
But the duel will be held in the atrium of the World Brain Fortress. So fun fact, the World Brain, the Duryam, the World Brain, is actually housed in the old Senate complex. And they grew Yorick coral around it that was so thick that anything short of a Death Star super laser wouldn't be able to penetrate it. So it is armored. There's no way you're going to get to it aside from either being let in or like literally Death Star. You know what I'm saying? But it's the only way. So of course, holding the sacrifice is the only way Jason can get into it. Right. So Gainer eventually agrees to the plan and goes along with it, even though he's inwardly panicking. Gainer has his own issues with wanting to be a hero, but is basically being a glory hound up until this point. He's better, but he's still kind of that same character. But the plan works, and the two of them flee into the World Brain Fortress. Jason needs a few minutes with the Duryam and gives back Gainer his lightsaber. Gainer then proceeds to buy Jason his few minutes in a last stand, which is basically the "You shall not pass" scene from The Lord of the Rings. And when I tell you, so this scene is from his point of view, and he essentially loses himself in the Force as he fights. It's similar to Anakin's, but it's completely different. The feel is different. So like Anakin's is tragic, where like even inside of Anakin, like he realizes what's going on, but he continues anyways. Where Gainer's is like super triumphant. Like he's talking about like he becomes the perfect warrior, and he's talking about how his fight becomes a dance, and like he can't be touched, and he's like basically like fighting on top of a growing mound of Yuzon Vong warrior bodies. It's pretty freaking epic the way that they describe it in the book. He kills a mountain of warriors before collapsing on the roof collapsing the roof on himself and the warriors when they bring in like higher artillery. So he sacrifices himself to buy Jason time and like takes out a crap ton of warriors. Meanwhile, Jason faces the Duriam. This is the same one he almost killed back in part 2 of this book. The now adult World Brain is understandably upset, but Jason isn't here to finish the job. He instead apologizes and shares his feelings for everything to the Duriam. His weapon in this case is love. Communicating love. In the end, the Duriam doesn't kill him, and Vergier shows up and gets him out. She has stolen Nam Anor's getaway ship, as she's decided that being around when the War Master finds out things went belly up would be bad for his continued survival. Jason has convinced the World Brain to help him by making things incredibly difficult for the Yuuzhan Vong on the planet. Because they spent so much effort in putting the World Brain in place, they can't afford to just raise another one if one disobeys them. They would manage if it flat out turned on them, but Jason just wants it to make things difficult, which I think is a little bit more sinister. Because the Yuuzhan Vong are zealots, and the last thing a zealot wants to do is compromise. So like being forced to work with like a less than helpful World Brain would teach them how to compromise, essentially, and be less zealots. Jason's trying to teach them a lesson, essentially. So anyways, him and Vergier escape Coruscant. The story ends with Jason looking out over the galaxy that is in need of a good weeding. Jason has also come to the conclusion that everything that he is told is a lie because the truth is far too large to be put into words. It's very philosophically ambiguous, but that's the end of the book. So now Jason has gone from, in many ways, a boy to like a man. Yeah, like he's seen his share of stuff now, and he's stronger in the Force, and he's beginning to build his philosophies on the Force and how it binds everything together, and the Yuuzhan Vong's place in it all, and stuff like that. So, yeah.
So, are we going to return back to Coruscant to see what this terraformer is doing to annoy?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's actually kind of hilarious.
Tonight or next week?
No, next week.
Okay.
Not tonight. It's not in this next book, but it used. I will say this, and this is not really a spoiler, but you start seeing a lot more of the Yuuzhan Vong culture in the coming books from the perspective of the planet's surface. Okay. So it's actually though, is it? Hold on. Oh, we do.
Oh, dang.
Some. But it's not like there's a few different examples of it. It's like every few books, it's funny. They'll be like, yeah, and this is happening now. And you're like, I mean, I'm talking like 3 and 4 books removed. You're like, that thing's still causing problems. Like they never. I will spoil one of the examples because I don't know if it's going to come up. But one of the examples is it creates a fungus that makes everyone stupid itchy. Like that's the level of stuff that we're dealing with, and it's so funny. Anyways, all right,
everyone gets chicken pox
basically. But it's talking about there's a convocation of the leaders, and like the Supreme Overlord is there, and like no one can stop itching, and he's like just pissed. Anyways, it's funny. All right, last book of the night, Destiny's Way. This is one of the core books. Book number 14, baby. Y'all ready?
Yep.
Okay. There's a lot going on in this book, and I was looking at how I wanted to structure this, and Wikipedia's structuring of this was honestly so good that I just went with it because it breaks up the stories in a really like easy to read way. But just know that there's a lot of back and forth in this, and there's a lot of different stories happening. So this is going to make it a little bit easier to follow. So
what does the cover look like?
It's a little bit better.
Better.
It's got Jason
and Luke, and there's Shimra, the Overlord of the Yuzon Vong with the shiny eyes. It's definitely one of the better ones.
Yeah, it's not bad.
But this one's the Japanese is still way cooler. You might be looking at the slide here. I'm not gonna lie. There's not a ton of new characters. There are a few that aren't even worth mentioning on here, but there was so much like planet hopping, and the I know you're seeing Steve Martin now.
Yeah, I was like, is that the guy you're talking about?
There's so much like wide planet hopping that it was just easier for me to put a big map up so we could get a sense for the scale. But it is funny. So this character Cal Omas looks a lot like Steve Martin, and there's like photoshops of him they've like casted him as this character, and it looks pretty good.
That's kind of cool.
Anyways, Pellion's coming back.
Was it an EU thing that you did where they took a real life actor and like did the artwork based on him or something? What was that? Am I remember that correctly? Or was there like some book, Star Wars book or something, where like the main character was like they made it an actual real life actor or something? Am I remember something about that? Is that Star Wars or is that something else?
I don't remember.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, moving on.
But most notably, Pellion's back. Our boy Pellion, the OG, captain under Thrawn, went on to become a Grand Admiral himself, helped sign the treaty between the New Republic and the Remnant, and now he's still kicking.
He's in canon.
He is in canon now.
Yeah, but he's one of those that can go either back and forth.
Yeah. So anyways, if you can't tell by the map, we're covering a lot of ground. Any questions so far?
Nope. Let's
Okay,
get the show on the road.
Here we go. All right, so we're going to start focusing on the solos. So Han and Leia are flying through the space in Millennium Falcon. They are shipping an Imperial officer, Vanna Dorja, to the planet Bastion. Now, Bastion is circled up towards the top in the Imperial Remnant up there. You see the little squiggly empire? That's the territory that they still hold. And Bastion is their capital. Fun fact, the location of that planet was a secret for a really long time because they didn't want the New Republic to know where their base was.
Right.
Anyways. So they're shipping the Imperial officer back. They're trying to work out a deal with Pelion to get the Imperial Remnant back into the Yuzon Vong War on the New Republic side. Now, if you notice the big arrow here, that the Yuzon Vong has started trying to fence in the Empire. Now, so far, the Empire hasn't really been a part of the war. They've kept themselves, and the Yuzon Vong hasn't really messed with them. But you'll find out that that's going to change here pretty quickly. Anyways.
I don't know. I'm just kind of feeling like our prediction about the canon storyline of the Mandoverse, that the remnants of the Empire and the New Republic and the Chiss are going to team up to fight the Grisk. And it just kind of like...
I mean, that would be sick. But then how did we end up with The Force Awakens after that?
Because the First Order was off in the distance while this war was going off. All the attention was on that war. So the First Order... Why is that stupid?
They should have made that war... if that's the plot of the Mandoverse, that should have been 7, 8, and 9.
Right, I get it. That's why they're doing it, so you can have it.
They just need to put on their big person pants and retcon some stuff.
Oh gosh, that'd be the worst thing to do.
It's already happened to us.
That would be the worst thing to happen to Star Wars if they were.
It's already
retconned.
happened.
We've had a complete episode about retconning the sequel trilogy some way back in our first year or something.
Yeah, we
so
did.
Go check that out.
Okay, so while they're on this voyage to the Imperial Remnant, Leia feels a flash in the Force that feels like Jason's presence. What? Leia tells Han that Jason might be alive after all, which inspires a lot of hope in both of the Solos, who've already lost one of their kids. Am I right? However, en route to Bastion, the Millennium Falcon gets pulled out of hyperspace by a Dovin Vassal mine,
and is confronted by 7 coral skippers. Basically, Han just takes out most of them. There's a space battle. He uses a really cool slingshot move around the gravity well. It's a whole thing. And then the rest of them are destroyed by Jag Fell, who shows up with his Chiss Clawcraft unit, and they're fighting for the New Republic right now. Now we move to Abroa Sky, excuse me, also on here. Jaina Solo leads a strike force against the giant Yuuzhan Vong world ship belonging to the Vong leader, Supreme Overlord Shimra. The battle starts off as an advantage for the New Republic forces, but it soon becomes a stalemate until Hapan battle dragons, led by Queen Mother Tenno Ka, you remember her, of Hapes, turn the tide in the battle in the New Republic's favor and destroy the world ship. So they're like, we just destroyed the Supreme Overlord. Well, plot twist, it wasn't. Turns out it didn't belong to him. It was actually the world ship commanded by Supreme Commander Kam Karsh, who was second in command to War Master Sfong La. During the battle, Jaina experienced, as well as Leia, a little flash in the Force that felt like her twin brother. So there's that. She's like, what? Brother? So anyways, after the fall of Coruscant and the operation at Borla-Flaistifus, the New Republic moved its assets and it sent it to the plan Mon Cala. So they call it Mon Calamari in these books, even though we know it's Mon Cala now.
Right.
That is the blue circle, way off to the right. Mon Cala is like way out in the outer rim, and it's so interesting to me because I guess at the time these books were being written, Mon Cala wasn't like a super important place. So they didn't include it on any of these maps, which is funny because now in hindsight, it's a really important place. Like we've been there many times. Clone Wars 2D, Clone Wars 3D, all throughout books and stuff like that in comics.
But like in the original trilogy, the ships, Rebellion ships were Mon Cala ships, but like that wasn't established as like a meaningful place. Even though that was like a main warship?
It didn't need to be. It didn't need to be. Well, okay, so here's the thing. Keep in mind that this map was essentially started by a group of fans.
Right.
There wasn't an official map. And so as they were making the maps for this book, it still had yet to be an important place. Like, yeah, ships were being built there. And yeah, Admiral Akbar had been from there, but it had never been the true focus of a story yet.
Right.
And so they never thought to place it on a map.
Right.
And so it's like not on any of these maps, but yet every canon map you look at, it's on all of the canon maps because it's so important now. But anyways, it's over there. It's like above Kessel and Hutt space. It's like over there on that side of things. It's also interesting. Some stuff has changed for the canon maps, but also a surprisingly high amount of stuff has not changed since these maps.
Right.
A lot of stuff is like in very similar positions. So anyways, they're over on Mon Cala. Poe, who replaced the late Borsk Fele as chief of state for the New Republic, was voted out as ruler because he sucks. And the Senate began a vote for a new chief of state with a person, Fjor Rodan, in the lead. Couldn't find a picture of him. I was going to put him on here. Couldn't find a picture of him. Those of the new Jedi Order support Rodan's opponent, Cal Omos, aka Steve Martin, so he can establish a new Jedi Council. He's generally a really great guy. He's in support of the Jedi and their role in the war, and so obviously the Jedi support him. Luke Skywalker feels Jason's presence as well and says this is the turning point of the war. Meanwhile, Jason Solo and Vergere, piloting Nam Anor's stolen coral craft from their escape from Yuuzhan Tar, are heading for Mon Cala. And before their arrival, Vergere tells Jason about how and why she joined the Yuuzhan Vong. This is where stuff gets really interesting. Buckle up. Vergere reveals that 57 years earlier, she was a Jedi Knight in the Old Republic.
Oh, dang.
Jedi in the Old Republic Jedi Council. She wasn't on the council, but she was a part. She was a Jedi. She was a Jedi Knight. She was sent to investigate a strange alien group known as the Far Outsiders, which would later become known as the Yuuzhan Vong, and went to a mysterious planet called Zonoma Sakot, which has all kinds of life, particularly plants and vegetation. It was extremely abundant in life. Think of like just this beautiful, like vast jungle. It's got tons of different ecosystems. There's mountains, but it's like mostly forest and jungle, like tons of life. So the Yuzambong attacked Sukkot, resulting in a grand battle. Sonoma Sukkot is also, at the time, had been famous for its bioengineered ships. So they grew ships. And what you would do is you would go, you would bond with some seedlings. One of them would choose you, essentially, and then the ship would be grown alongside with some technology included. It was like this weird, it wasn't Yuzambong biotechnology. It was like a sentient ship almost with modern technology added to it. But they were like the best ships in the galaxy. Like no ships could top those ships. So anyways, the Yuzambong attacked the planet, resulting in a grand battle. Vergir later met with the Yuzambong that were attacking Sukkot, and she was angered by the fact that she couldn't sense them in the Force when she met them. However, she saw how the Yuzambong valued life in their own perverse way, as one of the Yuzambong had an avian pet similar to Vergir. She then fooled the Yuzambong by displaying her powers and saying it was the power of Zonama Sukkot. The Yuzambong were pleased that they found a living planet and decided to go back to their own galaxy and collaborate on a full-scale invasion of the galaxy. But instead of going back to the Jedi Council and reporting this to the Old Republic, Vergir went to the Yuzambong, went with them to study them in their own galaxy. However, before she left a message for Sukkot to display to any Jedi who went to the planet to find. She left a message for Sukkot to display to any Jedi who went to Sukkot to find her and to tell them about the Far Outsiders. So as for Sukkot, it turned out that the planet had repulsor lifts that let it travel further to the edges of the galaxy. This planet becomes sentient, by the way.
That's kind of crazy.
It is crazy. It has like a growing presence, and they say in the book that there was like a line of magisters for the planet that would directly interface with the planet, and over time, it because it was interacting with humans, it began forming its own consciousness. It's like a super special planet, and it can travel through space. It can move itself. Vergir states it is unknown if any Jedi received her message. Fun fact, it's revealed in the novel Rogue Planet that Anakin Skywalker and his master Obi-Wan Kenobi at the time, young Anakin, actually received the message. They made it to the planet and received the message. I don't know what happened to it, but they did visit there at one point.
Interesting.
But she says that because of her choice to go with Yuzambong, she is largely responsible for the galactic invasion. So she's a Jedi. She's an ex-Jedi.
So that was what happened. Oh, because of Star Wars. I gotta do my Star Wars. So, because you said like this series takes place about 25 years after the original trilogy. Is that what you said at the beginning?
Yes.
So it's around the time of the Clone Wars, kind of when it would happen. I think
it was before.
Just before,
it was before the Clone Wars. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Because Obi-Wan and Anakin, when they visit Anakin, it was between the Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, because Anakin was Obi-Wan's Padawan, but he wasn't like teenage angst Anakin yet. He was still pretty young. It was also in this book in the EU where Anakin first displays his easy alignment with the dark side of the Force, because he uses the Force to choke out an assassin that was threatening one of his friends and kills him. Anyways, Vergir and Jason then, at the end of the story, by the time she's done telling the story, they come to Mon Cala, and Jason reunites with his friends and family. He's forced into a vacation by Admiral Crefay on Mon Cala, while Vergir is detained by the New Republic intelligence to see if she's a spy for the Yuzambong, especially considering that she had aided Elend's failed plot to destroy the Jedi back a few books ago.
All of Jason's friends and family, including Jaina, Luke, Mara Jade, Skywalker, Han, and Leia, hate Vergere for torturing him. Luke, it's a little strong to say that Luke hates her. He definitely doesn't like her, but I don't think he ever in this book ever like gets into truly hating her. He's more really honestly really interested in her as now knowing that she's an old Jedi essentially. Vergere also reveals she avoided revealing her Force potential to the Yuuzhan Vong Yamos by using her mastery in the Force to hide her Force abilities. It's like she can rearrange molecules. It's kind of OP. So she is able to make herself. She talks about how she focuses on her making herself so small in the Force, her presence so small in the Force that it's near undetectable.
I was gonna say, like, how are they okay with her because she's
no one ever found out.
That's crazy.
Yeah, she stayed hidden, and the whole thing with her tears, she's able to do that because she can rearrange the molecules to create, like, she can create poisons if she wanted to. She can create tears that heal instead. And so because the virus was of Yuuzhan Vong making, she knew how to heal it. And essentially that's what her tears were. It's kind of wild. It's a really, really interesting, really OP way to use the Force, but it's conceivable. It's like it's not as outlandish as like a sentient planet. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a stretch, but like technically a Jedi could do that.
Well, it's still kind of reminiscent of like Plagueis manipulating midichlorians to create life. Like it's the same type of thing, but this is more chemistry based rather than.
So she also tells Luke, she gives him her opinion that the Yuuzhan Vong actually do exist in the Force, but they are outside of every Force sensitive's perception and ability to sense them. It's like a different spectrum of light, kind of, but in the Force. Yeah. It's also revealed that Danny Kui and her team of scientists have found a DNA pattern in all Vong-formed life, even though the Yuuzhan Vong themselves, that makes them invisible from the Force, essentially. Which is really interesting.
Can you say that again? What hides them in the Force?
Some sort of a DNA thing.
Oh, a DNA. Okay.
But there's a DNA. They also mentioned that there's a DNA thing that literally links. There's like a specific part of the DNA that literally links everything in their culture, from the technology to the people to the animals, everything.
You know what this is, right? It's the mitochondria, because that's the powerhouse of the cell. Gosh. Boom! Hey, that was good.
Drew thought about it. He looked at his soundboard and he's like, I'm not going to do it.
The one thing anyone remembers about biology class.
That's the only thing I remember. So also, Commander Diff Scar of the Republic Intelligence, he's not on here. He's a minor character. No one really likes him. But he uses this knowledge with the Chiss. He works with the Chiss early in the war to create a secret project called Alpha Red, which is an airborne virus that will literally only kill the Yuuzhan Vong and all life they create through their bioengineering. Meanwhile, on Yuuzhan Tar, after Jason's manipulation of the planet's world brain, the Vong themselves are having trouble adapting to their new environment. Also, the Bothans have declared our cry a total state of war against the Yuuzhan Vong, meaning the Bothans won't stop killing the Yuuzhan Vong until the Vaders are all dead to the last individual, and the very name of the Yuuzhan Vong species is wiped from history. So in these books, it's very clear that like this is a big thing. They've only done it like one other time in galactic history, and they literally eradicated an entire species, like just wiped them off the face of history. And so like at face value, you're like, this is cool. But then like everyone who hears this is like we want to win the war. But Luke in particular is like, we can't win this war by like just utterly destroying these people. Like that's
that's going to lead the galaxy into darkness.
Not destroying those who hate, but saving those we love. Perfect.
Anyways. So Nam Anor's agents learn that if Cal Omas is an elected chief of state of the New Republic, he will support the new Jedi Order, and they will become an even bigger threat to the Yuuzhan Vong. Anor therefore sends 2 of his agents to assassinate Omas, but the plot is foiled by Mara Jade Skywalker, who happened to have been searching for Yuuzhan Vong infiltrators using a new technology. Lando and Talon Card also end up blackmailing most of the Senate into canceling their votes for Rodan and voting for Cal Omas by threatening to reveal their corruption to the public. So anyways, he wins. Now he's the chief of state. He gets the military on good terms with the Senate. And because the military was on the verge of a mutiny against the New Republic for all the losses that they have, because the leadership was like kind of incompetent at that point. So the Jedi Council is also reestablished, with half of the members being Jedi and the other half being trusted members of the Senate and military. So it is established as the High Council. Now, this is very interesting to me. We're going to pause here for a brief moment. So this whole time in all these books, we've been going back and forth about creating the council. Jason doesn't want to create it. Anakin does. Luke wants to create it. Luke feels like they need some sort of a direction for the Jedi to be accountable to. It's very clear over the course of time that he very clearly sees the fault in the old Jedi Council for being too self-isolated and too involved in the government. And so he's like, I want to bring in representatives from the military to help balance the Jedi from becoming too powerful and too prideful and too much hubris. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was a fascinating idea, and I actually kind of dig it. So he's like, this is the best way that we can serve the New Republic, by having accountability for ourselves, and bringing in people from the different branches of the military that we trust, that we can agree with, and that can help guide our actions. Because like Luke is very acutely aware that the Jedi have a power that can be very easily used outside of the law for both good and bad. And even when it's used for good, it can be perceived in a very negative way. So I just thought it was a very interesting concept, and I liked it. I liked that he did this. Because in some ways, I think the Jedi's self-isolation was one of the things that got them into trouble in the first place. But that's a conversation for another day. Anyways, there's a new Jedi Council. Let's see. It's at this time that Scour reveals this Alpha Red project, and former Admiral Akbar, now old and dying, returns with a plan to wipe out the Yuuzhan Vong. Obviously, I just want you to know it's not really talked about here, but like when Luke finds out about this plan in the council meeting, it's so clear that he doesn't want to do this. He's like, no. Like the Republic can't do this. If you do this, we're going to go down this path of darkness. We'll never be able to redeem ourselves. Like all this, and like the Jedi aren't for it. So there's they essentially are like, we will delay. Admiral Akbar has a plan, and we will delay the use of this weapon long enough to see if this plan works. And if it doesn't, if it looks like it's not going to work, we're going to use the weapon, essentially. So it's tense. There's some tense moments in those meetings. Anyways, Han and Leia's attempts at getting the Imperial Remnant to join forces with the New Republic fails in one meeting with Admiral Pelion. Supreme Overlord Shimra, heavily displeased with the discomforts created by the World Brain, has Master Shaper Chagong Hul executed for his incompetence, even though it wasn't even his fault, and is angered by Savong La, the heavy casualties the Yuuzhan Vong have taken in the war so far. Shimra orders La to have the Yuuzhan Vong hold back major offensive until they can repopulate, properly for warriors and have all warriors 16 years or older reproduce. It's also during this point that the shamed ones and workers are also forming a blasphemous faith against the Yuzambong, believing and spreading the idea that the Jedi will be their saviors. You remember that rumor, the heresy that was going around that we talked about last week?
Can you remind me? I remember there was a rumor.
Remember when Anakin was able to restore the honor of Vua Rapung on Yavin, and then it got out through the shamed ones that the Jedi were going to help restore their honor and be their saviors. And like the shamed ones were all destroyed on Yavin, but apparently it still made it out.
Right.
So it's become a full religion now.
Okay.
They have a heresy
Sounds
problem
about right.
within their ranks. One that literally challenges the authority of
Because the heresy was knowledge that...
The heresy was that the shame ones who were doomed to be the scum beneath the Yuzambong feet and do all the dirty work, they had a way to restore their honor through the Jedi.
But but then the shamed ones, they were shamed because they got knowledge that was unnatural, or what was that?
It was the implants. The implants didn't take to their bodies. And when implants and when grafts don't take, they view that as being shamed by the gods. They're not worthy of, yeah. Which we'll find. Well, I'm not going to talk about that. That's for next week. Anyways, they have a whole problem on their hands now. So Nama Anor investigates the blasphemous religion, while Shimmer states that the Shame Ones should either learn that the Jedi won't save them, or be killed. So. All right, moving forward. We're kind of almost done here. So, let's move on to this plan from Admiral Akbar. So, Jaina trains the Wookiees that have joined the fight against the Yuzambong very well. And when Akbar reveals his plan to destroy the Yuzambong, he finds out about a hidden Imperial base deep within the core of the galaxy known as Tarkin's Fang. In the Ebok system, this is where the purple circle is. This is
Tarkin's what?
Fang.
Oh, Fang. Okay.
Fang.
I think your accent came out a little bit there. I didn't know what you were saying.
It's fine. It's not the first time. That's a generalization of where it might be in the deep core. Oh, no one knows. I've tried to find Ebok on a map, and none of the maps have it. So it's in the deep core. It's it
has to be pretty close because there's not a lot of space inside that inner circle to choose from.
So anyways, it's on Ebok's 9th moon. There's an old abandoned factory the Empire was saving up in crucial times against this war against the rebellion more than 2 decades earlier. It's been abandoned, but Akbar plans to lure the Yuzambong there using a bait they can't resist capturing or killing. Young Jedi. He's using them as bait. So later, Cal almost decides that Jaina, Jason, and all the other Jedi who survived the mission to Merkur, not including Ganna Rydson, who died, R.I.P., will be promoted to full Jedi Knights in a public ceremony for their actions in the war. And the reason why it was a big public pomp and circumstance ceremony is because Cal wanted to publicly display the new Republic's government, like the new government regime's support of the Jedi, and also help to improve the Jedi's public image in the process. So they're all knighted, especially Jaina, who Luke randomly. So all the Jedi are going up, right? And they get knighted by Luke with his lightsaber. And he says all these like really personal, really sweet things. And then Jaina gets up there and he like out of nowhere just blurts out uncontrollably that he declares her the sword of the Jedi, the bravest of all the Jedi, but the one that is meant to be at the sword's tip and like forever be locked in battle, but to do the most good. And he's like, I don't know. Like basically like the Force made him say it. And like, it's so awkward because it's like all of these sweet things. And then he said that and Jane is like, thanks, I guess. It's like in front of everybody, so they can't really acknowledge it. Anyways, all the Jedi are knighted. After which, Vergere learns of the Alpha Red project and actually sabotages it. Then escapes from Mon Cala to an unknown location. Vergere's sabotage is realized by the New Republic intelligence, and Jaina is called through the Force by Vergere to Kashyyyk. She asks for Jason's help to find a place in the galaxy where the New Republic can't find her, but this plan is foiled when Jason realizes that it is now the new Jedi Knight's top priority to find Vergere and capture her. And while Jason keeps Vergere's presence a secret from everyone else, he leads Admiral Crefay's fleets into battle, and tries to teach Tahiri how to sense Yuuzhan Vong, since she was captured by and experimented on back on Yavin 4. Jaina, Lobaka, and Tessar Sabatine, as well as the other pilot teams, are placed on Ebac 9 as bait for the Yuuzhan Vong. So they just put a bunch of Jedi there, and they're like, come on. The thing about Ebac or Ebac 9 is that there's like really one way in and one way out. And so it's not just like, come get the Jedi, we're baiting you. It's like, we're making it really enticing because like there's really only one great way in and out of this system because of how chaotic it is. And so we're really hoping that they're really hoping to play to their overconfidence, essentially.
So maybe you said it, but how are they making the Yuuzhan Vong know that the Padawans are
Spies everywhere.
Just spies?
There's literally, Nam Anor has people everywhere.
Okay.
So they're like, we're going to put them there and they're going to find out. And that's what happens. Like they put them there and then soon enough they find out.
Interesting.
Yeah. Nam Anor, the thing about Nam Anor, he's not a fighter. He's an executor. So he's like a part of the like managerial infiltrator. He's like a spy, but also like a prefect kind of. But like his whole thing is infiltrating and causing chaos, or infiltrating and getting information. And so he has a network. He's, even before these books started, he had been quote unquote building a network of spies, and he has this vast resources that he can call upon. So, yep. So meanwhile, Nam Anor, disguising himself as a worker on Yuuzhan Tar, figures out that the 8th cortex of the Vong life shaping doesn't exist, and that Supreme Overlord Shimra demanded for Nim Yim and a team of her Shaper casts to actually create the 8th cortex. So the cat is out of the bag.
Literally.
Yep. Also, the New Republic learns that it has Yuuzhan Vong spies among them, so they trick Namor's agents into making them believe that the Yuuzhan Vong aren't being baited at Ebac 9. So they're like, we're not baiting you. They're baiting them, but they're trying to make them believe, no, we're not baiting. We're just making a new base with a bunch of Jedi. Fooled by this deceit, Anor promises Shimra that if the Yuuzhan Vong are led into a trap that results in an epic catastrophe, Nam Anor will die. So 5 large squadrons led by Savong La attack Ebac 9, but during the resulting battle, Jaina's forces fight back, aided by the Smugglers Alliance led by Han and Leia and other New Republic divisions, while Luke Skywalker persuades Garm Bel Iblis to join the Battle of Ebac 9 from Fondor. A large portion of the Yuuzhan Vong forces are destroyed in the battle, and Savong La realizes if he keeps having the Yuuzhan Vong fight the Republic, they will all die. Meanwhile, Nam Anor becomes aware of the outcome of the battle from Yuuzhan Tar and escapes from his impending doom he promised Shimra, killing his superior, High Prefect Yug Skell, in the process. Dude's a weasel. Big weasel. Now we're nearing the epic conclusion. Back on Ebac 9, La commands most of his remaining members of the squadrons to attack Ebac 9, with the other Yuuzhan Vong ordered to retreat and preserve their lives for the future of the war, as the Voxen he brought with him to the battle inform him of Jedi being on the moon. The New Republic does its best to hold off the Yuuzhan Vong of the moon, but the invaders break through and begin to hunt down Jaina, Lobaka, and Tessar, as well as all the surviving pilots in their squadrons that made it out of the battle alive. Most of Savong La's retreating ships are killed by New Republic forces participating outside of the battle. Jason, who leads the force meld into Yuuzhan Vong battles aboard Admiral Crefay's capital ship, the Rauruus, realizes Jaina's danger and goes against Crefe's orders by flying to the moon to help Jaina and her comrades escape. Vergere fails to stop Jacen from taking his X-Wing to the moon, and Savong La invites all the Jedi to join in the hunt on the moon, while all non-Jedi will be killed by the Yuuzhan Vong forces if they proceed to the moon. Basically, he wants to get the Jedi alone, or everyone's going to die. Jacen safely lands, bringing the odds to 10,000 Yuuzhan Vong against 4 Jedi, and they're subsequently hunted by the Yuuzhan Vong forces. During the battle, his physical armaments insufficient. Jacen releases bolts of stunning Jedi lightning to defeat the Yuuzhan Vong around him. However, while Bel Iblis and his forces arrive in the battle, Vergere, knowing Jacen won't survive the hunt, steals an A-Wing from the Rao Roost and sacrifices herself by completely crashing it into the surface of Ebac 9, destroying its air supply immediately and killing nearly every Yuuzhan Vong on the moon.
Fun.
Yeah. So So Ebac 9, you have to think of it as it's a mining operation, and so there's a lot of entrances to the mines from the surface of the moon. It's got a thinnish gravity. Basically kind of like the asteroid that the space slug was in Empire.
Yeah.
Just bigger. And so what she does is she literally flies the A-Wing into one of the tunnels and not only ruptures it, but also ignites the oxygen supply, and almost immediately, like, all the oxygen is purged without warning. After this, she convinced. This is after she convinced Law that she was force sensitive. However, before she dies, she conjures a force projection of herself to Jacen to warn him about the imminent loss of air supply. So he builds a force bubble around him that gives him his oxygen. And after talking to the projection, he realizes that Vergere is dead. Meanwhile, Jaina, Lobaka, Tessar, and several New Republic pilots survive the air loss by quickly activating their vacuum suits that they have on. Savong La is the only Yuuzhan Vong survivor of the air loss, thanks to his personal guards who protected him and his Nulith cloaker from the thousands of suffocating warriors. They put an Uglith cloaker on him and save him from the cold and air loss. He falls unconscious, but soon wakes up and encounters the Jedi, wounding Lobaka and trapping Jaina, Lobaka, and Tessar in Blowrush jelly, which I think we talked about, but that is like, it's jelly that they throw on people and it hardens, essentially. It's like tying someone up, but it's just jelly.
Okay.
Resulting in a duel between Jaina and La. The battle ends as Jaina defeats and kills La by impaling her lightsaber through his throat, while Tessar treats Lobaka's wounds. A few days after the battle at Ebac 9, the New Republic forms itself into the Galactic Federation of Free Alliances. Jaina is the last to return from the newly formed Galactic Alliance and reunites with her friends and family. Shimra places a death mark on Nam Anor for the Yuuzhan Vong to hunt him down and kill him after the disaster, and Shimra and his shamed underling Onimi both realize they have to redouble their efforts to defeat the natives of the galaxy.
I can hear your cat.
Yeah, at the end. Well, hello. Can y'all hear him?
Yeah, I heard him meowing, yep.
Hey, baby. Come here. Grand Admiral Cheeto.
Did you say Micaiah's out of town right now?
Yeah.
So your cat's extra like, aw, look at that little Cheeto.
Oh, he's purring.
Nope, can't hear it.
Oh. It's funny. I can hear it through my in-ears. What's up, buddy?
Maybe I can turn it way up and post.
So, yeah, there you go.
All right.
Any questions?
I don't know. We're getting to the end.
We have 5 books.
5 more books.
Buckle up.
One more week and then it's done. So I don't know.
It's going by faster than I thought.
Exciting. I think now that the first 2 or what is this? This is week 3? This is week 3. The
Yeah.
first 2 weeks, there's like so much setup, I feel like.
Yeah, there's a lot
Yes.
of world.
Now it's getting
building.
kind of more narrowed down, so it's easier to follow like
Mhm.
a more straight line of what's happening.
It feels like drinking from a fire hose because you're like just kind of dropped into it's like, especially like Mara being sick right at the beginning. Like you don't get any explanation. You're just like, oh, Mara's sick, and like I think I said this in the episode, but I was like, did I miss something in a previous book? But like, no, you're just dropped into this world, and all of a sudden you have to just kind of ride it out with everyone else, which I think is like cool because you're also finding out stuff as the people of the galaxy are. So you're not, in some ways, you're not getting any special treatment as the reader, but
Right.
it's about to get nuts.
Okay.
Stay tuned.
Cool. Well, if that's everything you got for us, Andrew, then that means we can transition over to everyone's favorite time of every episode, voicemail time.
It's voicemail time.
Heck yeah, it is.
All right. Well, in new fashion, we have 1 million voicemails tonight. So it's been a lot of fun getting all these fresh people because we got a first time sender tonight and a kind of like a return from a few people from a long time ago.
Ooh.
So
Sweet. Flame
first
me
up from a new first time sender, Wes.
Heyo.
So let's take a listen.
Hey, my name's Wes. I'm a new listener. I just started listening. It was on like Tuesday. I randomly
Oh wow.
stumbled upon your podcast on Spotify.
Oh wow.
And I listened to the new Jedi Order summary with Andrew. It was really good. I'm looking forward to the next one. But I was wondering, out of all the EU stories and plots and everything, like they've brought Thrawn over and added him to canon and stuff. But I was wondering which characters or stories you guys individually would want to see in canon as like accurate to the EU depiction. But yeah, thanks. Love the podcast.
All right, thank you, Wes, for finding us randomly. That's pretty cool. And your first experience is EU with Andrew, and it's called EU with Andrew because he's our EU guy. Drew and I don't know a lot about the EU, so this is a perfect question for Andrew. But
I feel like at some point, Jeremiah, we're gonna know a lot about the EU.
right,
You will by proxy. Yeah.
I would
At some
say-
point, we're gonna know a lot about the
But
EU.
to answer your question, I think it would be cool to do an adaptation of some sort of like the really old stuff, like the origins of the Sith, the origins of the Jedi, this stuff. That way they can. It's so far back that it won't contradict any canon now. Because like, if you're trying to like adapt the new Jedi Order stuff, like you can't do that without retconning everything. So it's like, what are you gonna do? So I think the further back you go, I think those are kind of cool. Like origin stuff would be kind of cool to do.
Mine would be Plagueis.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Like we got a image of him in a cave, and that's like all we got. Like, let's
What is it that Krennic says? We were this close to greatness.
yeah.
It would have been so much better if it was at the very end of the episode rather than the
I
middle
agree.
of the
Yeah, the middle of the episode was kind of stupid.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Doesn't make
with you on
any
that one.
sense, like at all. But like to get the Plagueis novel, like the version of that, and like bring it over.
I mean, that would be
I'm
sick.
saying if
Like-
they do Tales of the Sith, like they would have to do a Plagueis story.
I would be
for
really
it.
pleased with that.
Then we.
I want live action.
I don't know. I think they do so well that the animation always hits really well. Like they don't really screw up animation stuff really. So
Yeah.
like I have more faith in an animation thing with Plagueis than do a live action with Plagueis. Just
And I
Can't
mean,
go wrong.
we got to get that at some point because we got Tales of the Jedi, Tales of the Empire, and now Tales of the Underworld. Like something that no one asked for really, and
It's
like,
so funny because like
why wouldn't we get Tales of the Sith? Like that
it's
would
like
make sense.
Tales of the Bounty. It's like Tales of the Bounty Hunter essentially
That's
because it's like
essentially what it is.
because they're two bounty hunters. But man, for me, I would love this series as like a gritty. Like I don't want them to pull punches. Like I would want this series as gritty and as like tough as it is in like a TV format. I don't want it movies because there's no it would be like 6 movies. But like
And still a lot of it would be cut out.
yeah, like I would want a faithful adaptation of this. But I'm trying to think like I would also just love a faithful Revan adaptation. Well, they're High Republican. Well, I don't know. You go back far enough, you could get away with it. But I'm trying to think.
I got another one I think all three of us would agree on. A Death Trooper movie.
Oh yes,
Oh,
that's my answer. Yes,
heck yeah,
bro.
like the chat.
It's a self-contained thing. Like it doesn't do anything.
Rated R. I want freaking
100%.
I want gritty. I want
TV
blood.
Yeah,
I want that movie. If they can get Alden Einrich or whatever his name is, bring him back. He would do great. Give me just. I want to be scared. That's what I want. Yes, Death
I'm down
Troopers.
for that.
Or
really,
honorable mention, Red Harvest,
or
the
both.
zombie story that takes place at a Sith academy. That is like zombies with the Force. That was a really good book too. Tauntaun zombie. You remember that, Drew? I haven't done that. Have I done that?
No.
Oh,
I think you've told us about it before. I heard
next Halloween.
Maybe we need to do that for next Halloween. For this coming up Halloween.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right.
4-hour episode. I've got the book. It's such a good book.
I won't read it this time. So
it's older. It takes place. Hold on. I'll show you where it takes place. So it takes place after Revan, but before Bane. So it's like the height of the Old Republic where there's like Sith academies and there's Jedi academies and they're at war with one another. And it's like, it's pretty legit. I love that book. Anyways, great voicemail.
Yep.
And welcome.
Danke.
All right, cool.
Welcome, West.
Wes. Not West. That's my last name. All right, well, I hope you get caught up on all of our episodes because we have over 300 episodes.
Good
so you
luck.
got tons of content
engine.
for you. So start at number 1 and work your way. And there's other EU stuff out there that Andrew has done. So it's a lot of fun. All right, but next up we have Nightwolf. Let's take a listen.
Hello, Empire Radio. This is Nightwolf from the Discord. A couple things came to me from your last episode. One, how dare Drew not like Sprite? Such, blasphemy. And secondly, if you were to live in the Star Wars universe, what would your career choice be? Mine would probably be between a pilot or a musician. But then also I could do both to travel to different gigs across the galaxy. So yeah, what kind of career choice or living would you guys do? May the Force be with you.
All right, thank you, Night King. Drew, you got to reconsider Sprite. Maybe you got to...
No, I can't. I've tried.
But do you drink like 7-Up or like...
No.
What's the new Sierra Mist? They got rid of Sierra Mist and made something else. What is that
You
called?
know why they got rid of Sierra Mist?
No, I
The
don't.
name? Because they didn't upgrade like their
It's not true.
It's not true?
It's not true.
Never mind.
I just watched a YouTube video about it. It's not true.
What was the
rumor was someone had the Instagram account Sierra Mist and they got super popular. And then Sierra Mist didn't re-up their trademark, and then that girl bought
and it wasn't
the
even spelled the same way. It was Sierra with a C.
But apparently that's not true. But it was a cool
It's not
story
true.
if that was true.
Yeah.
But anyway, his question, what would our career be in the Star Wars universe? I don't know. Obi-Wan was butchering that crate dragon or something on Tatooine.
It seems miserable.
I could probably have to do that.
I would want to do something where I would be able to travel.
Musician, like you could
Fly.
be a band.
Pilot.
In a band.
In Star Wars, it's like
bro.
Pilot is like driving a car.
It's already so difficult to be popular as a musician in a single country on a single planet. I don't even want to know how difficult it would be to be popular enough to travel. Maybe.
You might be popular on Tatooine, but not popular at this, but it doesn't matter. You're popular on Tatooine. You have more options to be popular.
Yeah. A wider range of...
This planet don't work. This one might, you know? You never know.
That's true.
If the Cantina Band can do it, anyone can do it.
Friggin' Dan and the modal nodes, baby.
I don't know what I would do. Probably a pilot, but then like for what?
Drew, you would just be a freighter pilot.
Yeah.
It's kind of what I'm doing now.
Star Wars Amazon.
Oh heck no.
Star Wars Amazon.
Emperor Bezos. Jeremiah, what would you do?
I don't know. I'd
work with meat, bantha meat.
Probably. I don't know. I don't even do anything with my life now. Like I just work at my one meat market job. I don't have any interest. I have a podcast. Maybe like in the Star Wars universe, there's like their fictional stories are like our real life stories here.
Did you hear about Earth? Cool Earth is.
But it's kind of funny because again, Star Wars Outlaws, like you can find these like audio drama recordings that you can collect.
Yeah,
I haven't listened to them, but like you can get a bunch of them, and it's like whole story, I think. So it's like there's definitely a fictional storytelling that they do. So it could be a possibility.
They have to have some entertainment. I mean, we see in Skeleton Crew the kids reading a book about
like a comic book, digital comic book type thing.
So we know that they had some sort of meow.
He's
the wolf cat back there.
He has to have his attention.
All right. Any other choices, guys? Ideas? Anything?
Nah, I'm good.
All right. Well, thank you, Night Wolf. Next up, we have two from someone we haven't heard from in a long time. Our boy, Cody. So let's take a listen to his first one.
Hey, Empire Radio. Cody here. I just listened to the voicemail asking you guys about what book series you're reading, and I was wondering, have you guys ever heard of or read the Red Rising series? It's pretty great. It's kind of a realistic Star Wars. But, yeah, that's what I was wondering. Thanks for the great work. Keep it up, guys. Bye.
Red Rising. I feel like I have.
Yeah.
You have heard of it?
It seems very familiar. Hold on.
Google.
But I have not read it. And obviously we haven't read it since we don't know what it is. But
no, I don't. I actually don't.
You don't know?
Mm-mm.
Oh.
I thought I did. Cheeto, do you know?
But he said it's like a realistic Star Wars. So what does that mean? Like
Hold on, Cheeto's got an answer. What was that? Okay.
Cool. Nailed it.
Good talk.
All right. Well, sorry, Cody, we couldn't answer or talk about that more. But you do have a second one, which is, I think, going to have a discussion because it's a return question that he's had for us in the past. Let's take a listen.
Hey, Empire Radio. Cody again. Well, it's that time of year. We're about to pick up our next round of 4-H pigs. I just wanted to give a final update on Coral the Empire Radio pig.
Oh, yeah.
He was delicious.
Oh, dang.
You guys got any more names for more pigs? So far, we got Darth Ham and Pua. Thanks, guys. Bye.
All right. Thank you. I'm still going with my favorite answer. Hamorian Guard. You got to do that.
Yeah,
that's my favorite name for a pig.
The other one?
Ham Solo was one of them.
Well, what was the one that we
Queel,
which
he mentioned, I believe.
he didn't send us any.
Hey, he's feeding his family.
That's
With
fair.
his stuff. But I think Hamorian Guard. That's
I like that one.
the
But that's
best
a
Star Wars.
mouthful. Be like, get over here, Hamorian Guard.
We can just call him Hamorian
Or Ham, for short.
But what other Star Wars name can we come up with for a pig that's going to be raised and eaten?
What was the name of that?
Well, you can do Porkins.
That's too easy, too low hanging.
Piggy, like your new guy tonight.
Because that's not low hanging.
Chew bacon.
Chew bacon. That's a good one. Chew bacon.
Let me see.
I do like Ham Solo though.
Is there like something like a chop, like pork chop? Like, is there like a chop name in Star Wars? Chopper.
It's just choppers.
Pork chopper.
Pork chopper.
I don't know.
I like Hamorian Guard. I think that one's pretty solid. That's my pick. Hamorian Guard. Let's do that one. But then next year we're gonna be stumped again.
Yeah, we're gonna have to come up. We'll have another year to come up with more names. But like
Ham Trooper,
or like swine. That's like another thing for like a pig. Like, is there Star Wars swine type of word pun?
I'm trying to think.
I don't know. All right, we gotta keep going. If you come up with any more, Andrew, while we're talking about these, throw them out there. All right, next up, we have our traditional 4 from Yaretsi. So let's take a listen to number 1.
Hey, Empire Radio, this is Yaretsi, and I have a question, but I'm pretty sure it's been asked already on one of the previous episodes. I just don't remember the answer, and it actually popped into my head from the last episode when Jeremiah said that he hadn't eaten ice cream in like 2 years. So I was wondering, what are your guys' go-to ice cream flavors, and then what's your favorite ones? Because my go-to ice cream flavor is chocolate chip cookie dough, but my favorite one is from a Mexican ice cream store in Sanford, North Carolina, and they had the best chocolate abuelita ice cream. It's like a Mexican hot chocolate, and then they turned it into an ice cream. It's so good. Anyway, that's my question. Bye.
What the freak were you doing in Sanford, North Carolina?
I don't know. Is that close to you? Were you?
I mean, it was like close-ish, but like Sanford's not like a.
It's not like Raleigh.
No,
not like a destination place.
Like you, I feel like. Oh, wait, what?
Huh?
She used to live in NC. She's in the chat. That's wild. That makes a lot more sense because you really only go to Sanford unless you live in North Carolina.
It's like dropping like St. Cloud or something here. Like
yeah. It's like you anybody from outside of the state wouldn't be like, yeah, I'm going to freaking Minnetonka. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to freaking St. Cloud or anything. Yeah. Like you wouldn't go to Bloomington. You wouldn't be like, well, maybe the Mall of America, but you know what I'm saying. It's like
it's something small. It's like
yeah. Sanford is like it's like a relatively sized city, but it's not.
It's a suburb.
No one ever, not really even that. Like no one ever goes to North Carolina for Sanford, but that's a deep cut. My dad used to drive through Sanford all the time for work, so that was where the reaction came from. I haven't heard anything about North Carolina in a while.
But anyway.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Our go-to flavor of ice cream, and then our favorite
version of that.
So go-to be like what you kind of like. It's always a good one. You're never unhappy to have it, but then your favorite is your favorite.
Yeah.
This is hard.
Oh, it's easy for me.
Go ahead. Go.
Okay, go.
I might have to sneeze though. Whoop.
Oh, say it quick.
Hold on.
Say it quick.
Okay. I think my go-to would be like a mint chocolate chip Oreo. So Ben and Jerry's
dang.
specifically has one that has like cookie pieces in it. It's really good. My favorite of all time is from the Ghirardelli store at Disney in Anaheim at California Adventure during the holidays. And it changed my life. They had a peppermint bark sundae with brownie pieces in it, I'm pretty sure.
Oh Lord.
Bro, it was peppermint and chocolate and fudge, and the texture was perfect, and it had whipped cream and sprinkles. Oh my gosh.
Under the drool.
Dude, I would go to Disney yeah. I mean, to be fair, you could also get it at the Ghirardelli in Hollywood, and I think that they have one here in SF that we could probably get it from. But like, if that were the
SF.
only place I could get it, huh?
SF. I like how you're like abbreviating San Francisco.
That's what everyone does.
I've never heard that in my life. I guess that's a San Franciscan thing.
You didn't live in LA long enough, but it's like SF. No one says
San Francisco.
No one says San Francisco here. And it's also, no one even says Oakland. They say East Bay. It's SF and East Bay.
Really?
Yeah. I live in the East Bay.
Yeah, you
that's
do.
Well, yeah. But anyways, but yeah, so that Ghirardelli sundae, like if the only place that I could get it was at Disney during the holidays, I would go to Disney for that sundae. Micaiah and I, when we went between Thanksgiving and Christmas 2 years ago, when I made my lightsaber, we had that, and it's just I've never forgotten it.
You think they have it at in Orlando?
If there's a Ghirardelli store, probably. It was like a seasonal thing. They had it at all their locations. When I found out that I could get it outside of Disney, I cried tears of joy. But we went too late, and I just got the normal sundae with the brownies in it, which is fine. But
not the same.
Do you have a favorite ice cream, buddy?
Tuna flavored ice cream.
Mint. He loves mint. You like mint, right? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Drew, what are your go-to and what's your favorite?
My go-to is probably, I would say, my go-to is like, if I have ice cream, I'm going to Dairy Queen. I don't really buy ice cream for the house or anything.
Oh, bro, I got ice cream in my freezer right now, baby.
And it's probably just like a Reese's Blizzard.
Oh yeah, there's no shame in that. That's
like
great.
Peanut butter and ice cream is like the best thing. And then my favorite, does a Shamrock Shake count?
Yep.
That really?
What's with you guys and minty things? This is like,
I love Shamrock Shakes. Now, don't get me wrong, but your favorite?
It's like you can get it anywhere.
That is true. It is really,
and it
consistent.
only comes once a year, so you don't get tired of it.
That's why that was mine too. Yeah.
And it's just, oh, it's so good, dude. Shamrock Shake is like, it's different mint. It's not like, I don't know how to.
It is. It
is
a different mint. Yeah.
It's full of
like there's like
it's like cancer.
Like mint.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
It's like I can't believe you just say that.
It's so bad for you,
but
sure.
Like I would say like, because like that's the thing about the Ghirardelli thing is like it was peppermint, which is not like normal mint chocolate chip.
Yeah.
I feel like mint chocolate chip is like
it's like Christmas in a cup. That was yours.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Jeremiah, are you looking yours up?
No, I was looking at like nutrition facts on Shamrock Shakes.
Oh my gosh,
dude,
don't.
It's like green 40, not even red. It's green.
every green dye you can imagine.
Yeah, dude.
And sugar and MSG.
It's so
and
bad. I don't want to know. Okay.
High fructose corn syrup.
Not really. It's definitely not good for you.
Dude, I remember, Drew, did y'all ever go like on Shamrock Shake runs to the quarry in school?
Oh, yeah, dude.
Dude, those were the days. Shamrock Shake
Dude, like
season
last
would hit.
month, I would get like, oh, I'm tired. at Delta, and I would just go upstairs and get one. It was so clutch,
Dang,
bro.
that's
It was so
right,
clutch.
dude.
So the first thing that I'm clicking on from Google says that the Shamrock Shake has 93 grams of sugar in it,
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
which is like twice as much as a can of soda. But anyway, for me,
Thanks.
go to be like a vanilla bean, just plain vanilla bean, like so good. Cookies and cream, so good. But my favorite is definitely Edie's brand. That's my favorite brand of ice cream, Edie's, and it has to be like the double brownie fudge thing. But Edie's like entire like Rocky Road series, like they have a bunch of different flavors of that. Those ones are all pretty amazing what they do with those. So
Sweet.
But yeah. What was
Definitely
that
do.
face you gave when I said vanilla bean? Is it too basic for you? Too vanilla?
No, I love vanilla.
Vanilla, but vanilla bean, not like artificial vanilla. You
Well,
know the difference?
I do like homemade style vanilla.
Yeah.
So
I know.
vanilla bean. Do you know?
Well,
have you ever
there's-
heard of vanilla bean ice cream before?
Yes.
Okay, well, you're being
but like you can
complicated
buy
about it.
vanilla bean and then you can buy like home style. Like there's different
Yeah.
What's
there's different
home
vanillas.
style?
It's just a different style of I don't know. It's like
You shake it in a
handmade.
bag with salt and
Yeah.
I don't know what you mean by
Roll
that.
it in a coffee can on the floor. Y'all ever do that?
What? Dude,
Y'all never do that?
No.
I know what you're talking about. It's like shaking. Like you gotta have that like shaking thing. Yeah.
I did that as a kid. Dude, wait, hold up.
Oh.
A nice vanilla bean though, Jeremiah. And I pull a shot of espresso over top of it.
Moving on.
Affogato.
I don't
Come
wanna-
on.
I'm not talking. We're not doing this.
Let's go.
We're not doing this.
And
Next-
also vanilla bean. Now hold on, Jeremiah.
Wait,
You've opened this can of ice cream. Vanilla
No,
bean.
Yaretzi opened this can of ice cream by asking the question.
Vanilla bean with mini M&Ms.
Oh.
It's dude. Come on.
M&M's most overrated candy of all time. I will die on that hill.
It's
M&M's are not that great.
but mini ones.
Mi-
I like
the
the
mini
mini
M&Ms
ones.
are
What
great.
does it matter? It tastes the same.
No, it
Nope,
doesn't.
nope. It does not.
No.
It
What do
is
you
a
mean?
different experience. It's like mini Reese's versus the full ones, or like the shapes versus the normal ones. It's a different experience.
It's all about mouthfeel. Like it tastes so
You
much
cannot tell me
It
that
doesn't
eating
taste the same.
a normal Reese's cup and a Reese's egg is the same experience.
Dude,
We've had this argument before. I recently, like last Easter or whatever, I got the egg thing. I'm like, sure, it might be a little bit more peanut butter, but like it's
so
still
much
the
better.
same.
All the holidays Reese's are way better, hands down.
The white chocolate ghosts at Halloween, I could down a bag of those in one sitting. The normal ones, no. Anyways, continue. Go ahead, Jeremiah. Go ahead.
Next.
All right, next voicemail from Yaretzi. Let's take a listen.
Hey, Empire Radio, this is Yaretzi again. And I just finished watching The Acolyte for the first time. It was okay. It wasn't really good, but it wasn't really bad. It's like in the middle. The fight scenes were amazing though. Those were top tier. I love the fight scenes. Oh, the lightsaber duels were they're so amazing. My favorite characters were probably Soul and Chimere. Chimere's lightsaber was really dope. I really loved how it could split into two lightsabers, and the other one was like really small, and it was like such a cute little lightsaber. Yeah, I'll probably have a question for next voicemail, but bye.
I'm sorry you had to sit through that terrible show, but I'm glad you liked it more than Drew and I did. But yes, lightsaber dueling, arguably the best in all of Star Wars.
True.
Chimere was pretty cool. Jackie was my favorite.
He was the best.
I love Soul.
Soul, I feel like people loved him or hated him. Kind of, it's like no in between. But I feel
I just
like
love that actor so much that I kind of forget actually how
Jung Jae,
Soul.
baby. Yeah.
Soul's character was, but him as an actor, I liked him so much. So
Yeah.
He learned English for the role. I mean, come on, let's go. Like, that's
Okay,
a real
yeah,
actor. I
All
don't
right,
know.
cool.
That's a real actor. Heck yeah.
All
I
right,
should say
next
he
up.
learned basic for the role.
Yep. All right, number 3 from Yaretsi.
Hey Empire Radio, this is Yaretsi again. This time I have a question. So in your episode 8 breakdown of The Acolyte, you guys referred to that little weasel rat creature as
Yeah. I forgot about that
Darth
thing.
Basil. And it got me thinking, and I got a question out of it. So, who do you think would win in a fight? Darth Jar Jar, Darth Basil, or Darth Watto? So that's my question. Anyway, bye.
All right, thank you for that lovely question. I like how she just threw in an extra random Darth in
You
there.
have
Just
to.
Darth Jar Jar, Darth Basil, or Darth Watto. Who would
Okay,
win?
here's the thing. Darth Basil is the best lightsaber duelist because he has to compensate for the size. Okay, hear me out.
Like you.
Kind of like yes. Darth Basil's the best duelist, or the most aggressive duelist. Darth Jar Jar is the most well balanced. I'm thinking of like more of a Palpatine style guy, where he's like equally powerful in the Force and as a duelist. Now, Darth, what was it? Darth Watto?
Yeah.
Darth Watto is the Force power user.
I could see that
by far. Like, sure, can he duel? Yeah, but the Force is his thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, who would win in a fight? Because like I feel like Darth Basil, if it's down to a lightsaber duel, he might win. But like you never know. Like Darth Watto might not let you touch him.
He's just flying the whole time,
and he's super powerful in the Force. But then
my money's on Jar Jar, bro.
Yeah, I'm kind of.
You can just kick the other two.
I think I would go with Darth Jar Jar as well. I think Basil, I don't know. He has the advantage because he has a heightened sense of smell on something. Like maybe you could smell him coming around a corner or something.
True.
But like
about that part too.
But like that's only like if it's in like an environment. If it's just like in an arena or something, then the smell doesn't matter because
if he's tracking Jar Jar,
if he's tracking, that gives him an advantage. But
what was the point of that character?
That was a good question.
I'm going with Watto.
Oh dang! I'm going with Jar Jar.
Yeah,
Jar Jar.
I think Watto would be a surprisingly powerful Force user, and I think he's pretty smart.
Very manipulative.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm Jar Jar all the way. I still think they shouldn't make that canon, but that's just.
All right, cool. Thank you, Yaretsi. And we have her final one, which a few weeks ago, she was sent in the first ever musical playing voicemail, and she has returned. So she's going to play something for us. So let's take a listen.
Well, in honor of Ewan McGregor's birthday, I thought I would play the Obi-Wan Kenobi theme. Hope you'll enjoy it.
Awesome.
Sick.
Great vibrato.
Drew, where's you hit the button, the celebration clap button? There we go. Yep.
Yeah,
Good job.
the note control and the vibrato was really nice.
Jeremiah, is that inspiring you to pop that flute out?
No.
Aw.
I thought about it the other day, but like I have nowhere to play
See?
because I can't play in my apartment. Like
Why?
it's
Why not?
loud.
So
Who cares?
Yeah, I hate when people are loud in their apartments. I'm not going to be that guy.
tracks.
That's fair.
I'm not going to be that guy.
Just do it on your balcony.
Yeah.
Let
the
the
whole world hear.
No, I haven't played since I was in high
You gotta
school.
let that little light of yours. You gotta let it shine.
I have a different light.
Start
I'd
with that
rather
song.
shine.
With that
but
song.
Yeah, that was
yes.
really good.
So the first one she sent in was Across the Stars. So that was super cool.
Yo.
What?
My parents threw me outside when I play my. Hey, I want to hear the Force theme.
The Force theme.
Ooh.
All right.
Next
cool.
week, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
Ooh,
It's my favorite
challenge.
motif. I played it for my senior recital.
That you did.
Yep.
You can find it on YouTube.
Yep.
Yeah, it's buried in my channel, but it's there.
It's not that hard. You just do oldest first, and it's like the second one on.
That's
It's super easy to find.
don't give them a cheat code.
Why? You feel all embarrassed by it. It's like you don't want people to listen to it. Like
No, I'm really
It's
proud
Star
of that.
Wars, bro.
I'm really proud of that.
But yeah, and also if you're listening and you are playing an instrument player of some sort, we'd love to
Yeah.
hear you play something. It'd be a lot of fun. Let's have Yaretsi start this new trend of people playing an instrument like trumpet or trombone or clarinet or guitar or anything.
I
Piano.
want to hear
Duel
the
of the Fate.
Cantina theme
Oh.
on a tuba.
I want to hear Duel of the Fates on the tuba.
Oh my gosh, dude! The breast support that you have. I mean, oh my gosh!
Dude, that'd be
Please,
fun.
if someone can do that, it would make my entire year.
His whole year.
It just all you would hear is, and it's just sustained.
All right, cool. Thank you. Yeah,
That was really pretty.
All
I
right.
almost started falling asleep. I was like,
I know.
what is
I
this?
was like,
Get comfortable.
it's midnight.
All right. Next up, from
Sorry,
someone...
falling asleep in a good way.
Yeah,
It wasn't because it was boring. I want to make that
exactly.
clear. It was peaceful. Anyways, continue.
Next up, someone we haven't heard from in a long time. So long, I don't even remember this person saying one, but they said they have in the past. So this is probably from like 3 years ago or something, like their first summer of having voicemails. So let's take a listen to Sharpster.
What's up, Empire Radio? It's Sharpster, or you can call me Sharp if you want. But I'm sending a voicemail, which I haven't done one in the longest time, actually. It's been a couple of years, actually. I've been listening to y'all, like, since 2021, I want to say. Maybe even late 2020. I think it's 2021. But I just want to say those were some dark times, and, like, you know, just working 2 jobs and everything and a lot going on, and like, but y'all just kept getting me through it constantly, and just, yeah. And even still, you know, of course not working 2 jobs anymore. Even now I'm trying to catch up with y'all's episode and stuff like that and listen to y'all's episode, but I just want to say I really appreciate what y'all do, and I really do love y'all's show. One of my favorite Star Wars podcasts, probably. And anyways, but I know this is a long voicemail. I just want to say, who are your top 5 favorite clone troopers? I don't know if you guys ever done an episode like that, but my number 1 clone trooper is Commander Wolf. As a matter of fact, I love the Wolf Pack because I love wolves. I even got a Wolf Pack tattoo, honestly. So anyways, I'll chat to you all later. See ya.
All right, cool, Sharpster. Glad to hear from you. And it's always nice to hear that we get people through the hard times and all
Definitely.
that stuff. So
Absolutely.
thanks for listening to us for all these years. Question that he had for us was top clone troopers. Now we have done like a top like trooper class type thing. I can't remember if that was just clone troopers or if that was like all stormtrooper, clone trooper things, but we did top 5 of those, so you might be interested to go check that one out. But specifically clones, I think Rex, you know, he was on my top 5 characters of all time, so he's in there. But like when we had, I think it was when we had Isabella on a few weeks ago, like she was talking about how she would rewatch through the Clone Wars, and like she didn't ever cared about Jesse but like knowing that Jesse was the one at the end of season 7 that like was leading the clones against Rex and Ahsoka on the ship, like her like thinking of him as she's like seeing him through. Like, I need to go back and watch Clone Wars and like look at these clones again and like remember exactly what all of them did. But Cody, Rex, Wolf, Fives is has a special spot in my heart. But what about you guys?
Probably Rex, and then Hunter, and Wrecker, and Echo, R.I.P. Maybe, and
What do you mean? He just opens doors. Like, what do you mean? Just kidding. He did more of that before he got disabled.
You're thinking of Tech.
No.
Yeah,
I'm
sorry,
talking about-
Tech.
Oh,
But
jeez.
Echo and Tech, yeah, and then Amiga. So basically, the Bad Batch and Rex. Those are mine.
well, you need to watch season 3.
That's why you gotta watch 3, bro. You think 1 and 2 are good? Oh, bro.
Season 3.
I know about the end scene.
Oh, you got spoiled.
Oh yeah, I got spoiled months ago. I don't know what happens in it, but I know that there's like a thing. I've seen screenshots from it. So,
But
You're gonna watch it.
season 3 of Bad Batch, one of the best seasons in all of Star Wars, I think. Super good. Drew?
actually, hold on.
Uh-oh.
I have to. The clones in Republic Commando novels.
Okay.
Those are really good. Not the one. So there's 2 main groups of clones. There's the ones from the Republic Commando games that also play a part in the books. But I'm talking about the one Phi. Oh my gosh, why am I blinking on the names? I've read so much Star Wars in the last year. But anyways, those clones are
Scorch?
no. That's from the other ones. Scorch, Boss. Shoot. Anyways, Phi, I love Phi. He was one of them. Some of the ARC troopers oh man, I need to go back and read those. Anyways, those are really good. If you haven't read the Republic Commando novel, read them. It's like the Bad Batch kind of, but grittier.
Cool.
Anyways,
Drew?
Mine would be Rex is probably number 1, and then I really like Tech. So
Still holding on that he's alive.
he is still alive. in
I
my
see.
opinion.
You know, I've
so
seen
did that chasm he fell into.
You know that
liked him too.
You know, like the Ahsoka Lives shirt. I've seen people online have like Tech Lives shirt, same font and style. But
We can make it happen.
I mean, they brought back Clone Wars.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you, Sharpster. Was that Sharpster? Yes, Sharpster. We got so many on here. We got 2 more. Hope to hear from you again. We'd love to hear from you. Next up, from Andrew's favorite Darth of all time, Darth Fart is back. So take a listen.
Hey, Empire Radio, Darth Fart here. Glad you guys enjoyed the question last week. Got another little interesting one for you. If you had to, who would you want to be a conjoined twin with in the Star Wars universe? And who would you absolutely not want to? My choices, I was thinking, were maybe like Mando, just because, you know, he's not super
Grogu.
annoying or anything like that. If we could use jetpacks to get around, it'd be more convenient. And we could even take turns holding Grogu. That'd be great. And who I would absolutely not want to be conjoined with, probably Jabba. That would be absolutely vile. But let me know what you guys think, and may the Force be with you.
This boy's a job.
Dude,
These
the
are the best
energy-
questions.
the energy, he never fails to back up the energy of his name with the questions. Like the vibes are so consistent, and because he was the finger one last week, right?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, dude, never change. We love who you are. Never
He
change.
said Jabba the Hutt.
Okay, I've got mine.
All right, go
Okay,
ahead.
but my biggest question is like, where are we conjointed at?
You can pick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Babu Frick.
Oh, that's mine too.
I want to be conjoined with him because we can make some serious money together fixing stuff.
I was gonna just have him on my shoulder, so he's like out of my way and like, but like,
Or
you'd
Grogu.
have to like lean down to like have him fix something.
Yeah, or just get him a table that like.
Yeah, or you just sit on have a standing desk and you sit down and just move the desk up to your eyes. Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, or like him or Grogu would be really easy. I feel like the person I would not want to be conjoined with is General Grievous.
General Grievous.
Yeah. There is no you can get away with Jabba, right?
Go
listen, no, hear me out.
You're just there.
You're just there. You can get away with Jabba. You could. It would be a bad experience. There is no way
you would make you wear Leia's outfit.
Yeah, but like that's you can live through that. My thing is like there is no way you can be. There's no point of being conjoined to Grievous that is comfortable. There's no way.
That's true. He's metal too.
Point
like,
to a spot where you're conjoined to him where it's good for you both, and I'll call you're a liar.
Back to back.
Back to back. He starts spinning his arms around. You're just
he detaches them from his back.
Yeah, no, like I'm General Grievous would suck.
Jabba, though, I can just see you. Leia's outfit just connected to his stuff.
What the heck?
Oh, it's too late, bro.
Drew, who are your picks?
All right. I want to be connected to Cad Bane.
Okay.
It'd be fun. I don't know. I
just
don't want.
What's the situation? Drew in the back. Yeah, what's the situation? He's just like stuck to his back.
I don't want to be connected to Jar Jar.
Oh yeah,
because you're just gonna fall all the time. You're like tripping over everything. He does a flip, and then you're just like He lands wrong, and Jar Jar would be rough. You step on doo doo.
You know, it would also be rough. A destroyer droid.
Yeah. Yep. Or a Tauntaun.
Oof. I don't know though. If you were conjoined and you were just on its back,
riding him.
Oh, that's true.
I could think of worse.
That's fair.
You can think of worse situations. Just like having a consistent car.
Actually, that might not be that bad.
Yeah. Jeremiah.
I think Babu Frick, that was what my guess was, or choice for being connected to, just because it would be the easiest. Unless there's like
a Porg,
an even smaller.
A Porg, dude. This is like a bird on your shoulder.
I feel like Babu Frick, the Anzilian species, is smaller than a Porg.
It is.
It is.
They are.
But a Porg is just like a bird on your shoulder.
But if there was a smaller thing than an Anzilian, maybe I'll go with that. I don't know.
Who do you not want to be connected to?
Probably someone worse than Jabba for me would be Zero's mother.
Oh my god.
The other giant hut that she was like had like things growing on her and like bugs, parasites on her on the outside. Like, I don't know, it was just not fun. So
did you know there's a hut Dark Jedi with a yellow lightsaber?
I have heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Isn't there a hut Jedi too?
That's what you just said.
Oh, I thought you said
it's a Dark Jedi, but yeah.
Oh.
All right, cool. Darth Fart, keep those awesome questions coming.
I love it so much.
Before we get to the last one, Sky King sent one in, but that was about the trailer that dropped today, so we'll be playing that on our trailer breakdown. So Sky King, stay tuned for that.
And send your guys' in when you guys are hearing this. Send them in about.
Yep. Thoughts, theories, ideas, all that cool stuff. But next up, we have one from the Coup d'etat-verse. That's our final one, so let's take a listen.
Hey, Empire Radio, it's Garrett. We're moving through hyperspace to battle the First Order. Luke told me the plan is to attack from both sides. We will attack from one side, and the Grand Gungan Army will attack from the other side. It's kind of made me raise an eyebrow, because the Grand Gungan Army was the reason I got stuck on Dakar with the Resistance in the first place. When I asked Luke about this, he told me that an old Jedi named Qui-Gon Jinn once told him that the Force works in mysterious ways and that you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Speaking of being exactly where you're supposed to be, I'm really glad that Andrew is doing this series on the EU. I was always intrigued by it, but knowing how much there was super daunting. So thanks to Andrew for basically fixing Star Wars for me. I now understand why you see the EU as your headcanon. I'm basically overwriting the prequels in my head because these stories just make so much more sense. I've been giving my dad the brief synopsis of your brief synopsis, and I got to thinking the other day. The EU fits into the story so much better because my biggest issue with the sequels is it basically reverses the Chosen One balance in the Force prophecy that Anakin fulfills by saying bye-bye Palpatine. But in the EU, the new big bad is the Yuzong Vong, a species completely disconnected from the Force. Therefore, the balance remains.
All right, cool. Thank you, Garrett. So you're going to battle against the First Order with the Grand Gungan army. Super exciting. Can't wait to see how that plays out. And he said that he's rewriting the prequel. I think he meant sequels.
No, he said sequels.
I thought he said prequels.
I think he did say prequels. Actually.
Oh, I heard.
Either way, we knew what he was saying.
Yeah.
Right. But it was a nice voicemail for Andrew to receive. That I don't know. I feel like you're starting to convert Garrett to the EU side. I don't know what's
from our
going on.
listener. He's converting a lot of people right now.
I'm just saying, the people who wrote these stories, most of them. Okay, there's gonna be some weird ones.
There's outliers.
But like this story, the attention that they gave to the New Jedi Order is just miles deeper than the attention that Lucasfilm gave to the sequels and the continuity.
To be fair, 19 books gives a lot more time to play things out then.
But it's also more difficult to collaborate on more than 3 movies where they didn't have a plan between 2 of the movies, and Rey didn't know who her parents were going to be and showed up on set and they were still figuring it out. And I'm like,
well, we all know that was the issue with those.
I know. Anyways, I'm saying
it, which is why the Mandoverse is so good, because they've been planning the whole thing.
All right, cool. Well, thank you, Garrett, and thank you for everyone who has sent in voicemails tonight. We love to hear from anyone else listening that wants to send in voicemails.
Please.
Because we've been doing tons of voicemails. The tuba, send some instrumental things. You can even do singing. Like maybe you could add lyrics to a certain melody in Star Wars. That'd be kind of cool.
Or add lyrics to the voicemail.
Carrie Fisher did that in the holiday special.
Oh, yes, she did.
You got to watch that this
year. We got to watch that again.
Yeah.
So here's a cool thing. So Michael Giacchino, who did the music for Rogue One, his son Mick Giacchino did the music for Skeleton Crew, actually. Cool. And so I went to Michael Giacchino's Instagram recently, and the 2 of them are at a piano, and Michael is playing and he's doing the Force theme, and then Mick is like singing lyrics to the Force theme, which is kind of cool. So,
it's
kind of
cool. But we're not getting out of this. We're gonna watch the holiday special again this year.
You guys can,
live stream.
No, dude,
come on.
You're not gonna get me to do it ever again.
Would you do it if Andrew gets on the next episode of Ewoks with us?
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'd rather him watch the VCU and then do a review with us. Give him our.
Okay, what if he does that?
Then that, but
if he does that, can we watch the holiday special on the holiday, which is November 14th, right? Or 17th?
17th.
I don't know. I'll have your people talk to my people, and maybe we'll figure something out.
No, it's just easy. If I agree to do that, will you agree to do that?
Watch the holiday special again?
Yes.
And then do what?
We'll stream it together. Let's do a watch party.
It's a watch party.
Have it copyright strike again? Oh, I don't know.
Well, we don't have to show them. We can just have a time. And us 3 sit and push play at the same time and let's go for it. That'd be fun.
I don't know. I'll pray about it. We'll see.
I mean, we won't get in trouble on Twitch either.
That's true.
So we could just do it on Twitch as like a one-time thing.
Maybe.
That'd be fun. It would be fun.
Maybe
you can make pizza. I'll come over and grab it.
Moving on. All right.
You can feed Drew.
Well, we are officially over 4 hours tonight. So if we keep going quick, we can get out of here. And Death Troopers will be the longest episode of all time still. So if you want to get connected with us here at Empire Radio, go in the description below, links.co/Empire Radio, links spelled with 2 I's, landing page for everything. Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch for live stream, join the Discord, voicemails, email, all that kind of fun stuff. Go click on all that and follow us and get connected. We're getting a burst in the fandom, I feel like, right now with voicemails and people getting connected in Discord and stuff. So it's a fun time to be alive in the Empire. So go follow us. And we got tons of content coming with Star Wars Celebration and Andor Season 2 and Tales of the Underworld. We got all kinds of stuff coming up. So we're excited. So
the holiday special stream we're planning. Right, Jeremiah?
Like yep. Anything else, boys?
Nope.
All right, cool. Well, you've been listening to another EU-tastic episode of Empire Radio. I'm Jeremiah.
I'm Andrew.
I'm Drew.
And may the Force be with you.
Always.